The peoples of our world live their lives blessed by the powers of mana. To maintain that balance, alms are chosen to offer their souls to the mana tree. This is how we continue the cycle and ensure a future of prosperity. For millennia, we have lived and died this way. And so we shall forevermore, as each land continues its long tradition seeing the appointed alms off on their pilgrimage to the mana tree.
Hey, hi, hello, welcome to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist. Visions of Mana. We're back with Visions of Mana. I'm just gonna dive right in. Autosave. Yeah, sure. 7 seconds after our last save. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. The save point hadn't loaded, and so I was like, what the fuck is this? Am I still a wind? Yeah. This looks like a boss fight. Oh no.
What happened here?
A blast from the past. Isn't this... Oh, I love starting with a boss fight. Love that. I really should have What's happening? Oh fuck. Get me out. Get me out. Oh fuck. Get me out. Get me out. Don't want to get poisoned. No, 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 no.
Now take him down. Take this. It's almost down. Keep at it.
I'll take it down in one fell swoop.
That's it. Don't stop attacking.
I want it in really flashy. I don't know if I'll get the chance.
Take this.
I thought that shiny crystal was resistant.
Oh, she did it. Well. Phase 2.
Sylphid?
Well, you certainly took your time. No no flow of mana power, and then a gigantic monster shows up. I have not had it easy. Wait a minute. Let's see here. I know you! You're the one-winged oracle, aren't you?
Come here.
I'm getting bored.
The wind spirits like you. Yes, you're quite compatible. If you have both Ramco and the wind on your side, I see no reason not to make you the Alm. It's decided.
Karina, one who dances on the wind with sacred peace. By the grace of the goddess of mana, I name you the Alm of Wind.
Hello, Neo.
Val, Hina, I can't thank you enough. Hang on, let's make it sound more official, shall we?
Get in chat. Okay.
Guard and his companion, the Alm of Fire, I humbly ask to accompany you on your pilgrimage.
Hello.
Okay, enough dawdling. Let's get going. We have a whole lot to see and
Hello.
to fulfill.
Usually the Alm of the Moon would
I
be the
got
next
some
stop.
more energy drink, so I have more energy.
I see.
I have more energy to yap for like a minute.
You're like, okay, actually, yapping does sound nice.
Yeah.
Places in ruins.
Then I guess we can skip a turn on our journey.
Yeah. I'm glad you agree with the guild thingy.
Yeah.
Then we'll be headed
Like
Because
it, I
that
like
was something
Drift?
I feel like in the grand scheme of things, when sometimes you're talking about really big powers, like they're not the whole like
Shouldn't we be on our way to the mana tree?
like what's the word, vigilante like crew. They're always in history. Sometimes they can be important, but people don't really ever know like the extent of the work that they put in to like get a name.
Wait, who? Who are we talking about specifically?
Amari's like crew, and just like in like comparison to like legitimate like revolutionary groups, and like if they ever become
What are we supposed to do
known,
now?
a lot of times they do. I'm trying to compare like the importance, like people might feel like, you know, you're doing the big bad evil like corp thing, da 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 da. But it's like a lot of the time when you're talking about it, like the vigilantes aren't always gonna go busting in, killing everybody, and saving the day. Like there's a lot of like weird shit that happens on the outside of that before people even know who they are. And like I kind of always like writing stories like that, or at least now. Like I think in the beginning I used to be like, yeah, we're gonna assassinate that person and everything's gonna be cool. Now it's just like, no, that's not really how it happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to tell stories that are in medias res, especially when they're about assassins. Unless you're doing like a Jason Bourne, like, oh no, I got amnesia. I don't remember why I'm so good at killing people. Oh no.
No, I'm too good at this game.
Yeah, exactly. um but like telling stories about like, I mean, yeah, telling stories about a group of people and showing how they became a group is, it's fun to tell it from the jump, you know. I decided to do something like this, like really middle of the road for because it's like everybody already knows each other, but they haven't but nobody has powers yet. So I kind of like decided to like on trying to do something in between there. That makes sense.
That does make
funky.
sense. I think that's
yeah, but like
also
your thing sounds like almost intuitively more fun just on by virtue of like getting to watch everybody get to know each other. But you've got like a few people who are already connected, like the girlies, you know, the girlies. But then you've also got the like there's the fact that they're not all super familiar with each other yet.
Yeah, because I think for me, the one I've always thought it was cool of people being able to like take a bunch of different characters and like having like all the fleshed out stories, because it's just like a people thing. Like people have lives and stuff that they're involved with, and being able to be consistent with that, like that's more or less like the challenge for me that I want to do. Is like I don't really want there to be like a character and like that could be problematic, but I don't really want there to be a character in it that doesn't feel like weak, if that makes sense. Like all of them sound like they have something interesting, because I feel like I think if someone was talking about it recently, like the one thing about like Castlevania that's just so interesting is like everybody in that show are hitters. Like everybody in that bitch know how to fight. Like, you know what I mean? Like everybody, they got like these really insane backgrounds and stuff like that, but it's like it all works with the dynamic of the story, and that like the bosses and stuff that are like the people that they're fighting are very extraordinary. And they're not even like extraordinary people out of like I mean, some of them are gods, so yeah, there's some shit going on there. But it's also just like some of them work up to that, some of them become that, some of them, you know, struggle to maintain or just live. And like that's fun, because it's like a lot of the characters I would argue in a Mars group are kind of a little OP.
Yeah, no,
But,
I like the idea of there's nobody, like there's no Hawkeye or Black Widow. It's like everybody's got something like really going for them in terms of like being able to hit hard.
yeah, because even Corey, like you can argue maybe Corey is probably the only quote-unquote Hawkeye, but like even then she's extremely capable. Like,
yeah, exactly.
She saves people's lives multiple times. I'm like, here, y'all need a bomb.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know what I mean? Like she just kind of like analyzes the situation, because she's technically the smartest person on the team. Like that's her whole thing. Like she's like legitimately like a child prodigy, but like she doesn't know it. She's just kind of like, I just like doing this stuff, and everyone's just like, how did you what?
How you do that? Huh?
Yeah. They'll be in the middle of talking, and she just like fashions like a giant ham claw and then hands it to someone, and they're just like, when did you start on that? And she's like, since I first met you, I felt like you probably would need this, so
Yeah.
here you go. Like, you remember those people that tried to rob us a while back, and then we took all their shit? Yeah, I like used that to make this here. It's just like, wow.
Super big, humongous, actual massive thanks for that. Wow, holy shit.
And she'll like make crutches or something because like this dude's gonna break his leg, and then like they break their leg, and then she's just like, here. And I was like, how did you know that? She's like, wow, the last couple of matches you were moving funny and you won't sit the fuck down, so I felt like I was probably gonna break soon, so here you go. Like, very smart girl.
They weren't so tough. Let me see.
Lily came over here today to tell on somebody. I was like, you can get the fuck out of my office. One of the girls, she's not here today. She's sick and she's been having a bad hit for a hot minute. And she comes in here to be like, she didn't put this in yesterday. And I just looked at her. I was like, I got it. I'm good. Don't worry about it. And she walked out. It's like, what are you over here snitching for, dude?
What you...
Like, not only did she send an email to let me know she didn't put it in, she walked over to my office to let me know that she sent the email that the girl didn't put it in. But she didn't give it time for me to get the email. I'm like, why are you here? Bored. Sitting in the house, bored in the house.
Never underestimate the power of the
dementia.
boredom. Of dementia. Oh no, I forgot, right?
Fucking crazy, bro.
This is kind of exciting. This might be useful.
But no, there's really no weak characters in the story. They all got some stuff going on. And I would say the only ones that really don't use magic, there's a couple of them. I would say the twins kind of use magic. Like items, they don't really use magic. Mayday doesn't really use magic. No, Mayday, I think Mayday uses some stuff. She's a bard, so she uses items. The only person that uses magic-ish is Amari, but that's just because of what she is.
I think we were talking about like musical objects being magical because of how they resonate with things.
So it's like, that's why I was like, they use magical items, but they don't use magic per se, if that makes sense. Like, where it's like Louis uses like summons insane shit. Like, also, I know we were talking. Here's a question too for you. We were talking about the because am I hungry? What the fuck? The different aspects of like magic in that world, and I was trying to figure out if like it's just specifically wind, because like how there's the gods of the storm are kind of relative to the magic that he pulls from. If there's other components of his magic that changes as time goes on.
Wait, who are we talking about specifically? Sorry, A thing happened in the game
Ooh.
that like if I described it is like it was just very very distracting. Like I was almost done exploring an area, and then I walked into a like what is apparently like a higher level, like, hey, don't come here yet kind of thing. But like they wiped my entire party out so fast that like basically the moment that I walked in, we all got comboed to death immediately. And they were like, and so ended the journey of the group. And I was like, oh, like okay. And they were like, would you like to start back from the previous save data? And I was like, okay. And it just put me back at the very beginning of the area. I've not gotten any of the collectibles that I just got. Like, you know, like they just fully started me all the way over. So I was just like, huh? Like, what? Like I have to start this entire area over now.
Damn.
Yes.
I gotta figure out. I guess just save before every battle. So it's the answer to that. All right, sorry, but you were talking about magic users, and we're specifically talking about a specific one.
Okay. Sorry. In. Okay, hold on. So the gods, right? Hold up.
Are you cold, Belle?
I'm fine. How are you holding up, he?
I'm not all calm.
Better than some in our party, it seems. Try to stay warm, okay?
Got some syrup.
It's really annoying.
Taking this. Taking this.
And I was about to ADHD into a tangent so hard, but let me hold on to that because it's relevant.
Okay.
So the gods, right, and how we set up the pantheon, and how there's Scenic Day and the storms, right, and how like some of the Ahina and like their clans pull from the Scenic Day and the gods that are within that Primordial's pantheon. Like does that mean that there are other aspects of like magic that the tornado walkers pull from, or like meaning like could there be different parts of the magic that changes as time goes on?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I'm not asking this correctly.
Okay.
Would it be possible for Lily's magic to transform or borrow from different elements, even though like he mainly draws from the wind, like because of the way that the pantheon is set up? Like there's the god of currents and winds, but there's also the people that they're related to and such and things like that. So it's like, yeah.
I think theoretically that could be fun and or interesting. Also, like one way of thinking about it might be that because of like proximity. We were also talking about maybe the different gods having different aspects, right? And like because of proximity to a specific aspect that like that like you can sort of borrow abilities from things that in the well aren't entirely dissimilar, even though like we may like they may be thought of in the pantheon as dissimilar. You know what I mean?
This was our victory.
Like storms, wind, currents, like a god of like a specific location, they might all be thought of as different deities, but like if you have the right sigil, you could have the combined access to a bunch of their different aspects at the same time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Rather than it just being this sort of like singular. So like it could be a difference between like ancient magical traditions versus contemporary ones too, on some level, where it's like maybe the tribe has like not knowledge, but like a understanding of a deity that is an older version of them, and like that means that maybe in like when they manifest, the deities are all separate, but because the like the ink rot tattoo is in reference to like all 5 of them, that like they end up getting the abilities of all 5, or like can reach out to all 5.
Maybe, yeah. And it's kind of like a thing that they just don't necessarily tap into. Like, you might have just, because of their clan and how they like use magic, just always stuck to like wind or air or whatever. But it's like, hey guys, you actually have access to like all of this because you have an open ley line on your arm, like or like an open passage to speaking to the gods on your arm or body, or however they choose to do it.
Yeah. There is a part of me that wants to know what the fuck happened, but I also don't want it to happen again.
With the game.
Yeah, because like it was from we entered combat, and within 3 seconds the entire party was dead, and I was like, okay,
That's a problem.
yeah. And then they booted me to the last save, which was like, 30 minutes ago. Like, oh,
I'm sorry.
I think we just don't know how to get up there yet.
I'm not touching you because you still might be electrical.
Oh, they're level 52. Okay, so we're level 8. That's what happened. They literally like one shot everyone.
That's actually really funny.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I think we just can't get up there yet.
It's hilarious, actually. Yeah.
Like I was trying to see what level they were, and I just like couldn't see.
You're just like, yeah. Go back.
Yeah.
Go back to
The game was saying, please pay attention and do not come here, and I was like, I'd like to try. Yeah. It's like, don't trust me.
Here's electrical things and everybody is out today, and that is so crazy to me. I'm not reassigning any of these. Y'all can figure that out.
Okay, I'm over it. No more snow, ever. I can't believe I wanted to play in this frozen pile of misery.
Oh my god, my stomach is growling so much. I don't know why.
Maybe because you're hungry.
But I'm like, I just had a bagel today, and it is 1 o'clock, so.
A bagel. I mean, just pure. I did have pure carbs at some point today. It's like, well, your stomach probably was just like, oh yeah, we'll make quick work of this. No problem.
Yeah, let me go. I have a chia pudding. I'm gonna go grab that.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Wait, I'm busy working. You're in my head.
Yeah, you don't have to let me go. Oh.
What is going on? Hello? What is that? No. Are you good?
Don't think I will.
Right? There's a trying to think of what else was part of the thingy that I wanted to. I have all this food in here too. There's really like I have chia pudding, pork sausages, peanut cashew.
But you brought all that to work for food?
Yeah.
That sounds so tasty.
Yeah, and so I have chia, blackberry pudding, peanut, soba noodles and peanut sauce with Brussels sprouts, and I have dumplings and pickles.
Yes.
That sounds tasty.
Like
See,
I
you
have
know,
food. I was just.
I know the answer to why your stomach was growling is that your stomach remembered what you brought for lunch and was like, bitch.
If you don't get up and go feed me right now.
It's like, that's
I'm gonna eat my
too good.
I'm gonna eat my pudding because did I leave the spoon? Oh, I went out, washed the spoon, and left the spoon there. Cause I hate Masha.
Hey,
Where did I pork? Oh, maybe I bought the pork, man. I just have bad memory. I don't know what spoon is, dude. We'll figure it out together.
Figure it out together.
As a family. We'll figure it out. Anime pose. Together.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking exactly. Hands on hips.
Alright, cool. I found it. I was in the paper towel I got for it. Cool. I finally figured out how to make chia pudding perfectly now. And it's like, it's so good.
I've never attempted, so I'm very tempted, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I want it. Chia pudding. I got so many chia seeds. I'm always stocked. My reason though is, oh, good.
Yes.
Incredible.
My chia to milk ratio was ass.
Chia to milk ratios. Gotta watch out for your chia to milk.
So it's like 2 tablespoons of chia pudding to every cup of milk. You can maybe do 3, but any more than that, and you probably hate yourself.
Okay. Is that like there's something that's similar to that. Is it like when you like put too much milk in oatmeal? It's like grouse. Ew,
Yeah.
nasty grouse.
Yeah, I would say that.
Do you put milk in oatmeal? Is that like is that just a me thing? Okay, yeah.
Oh, it's the only way I eat it.
Okay.
I don't like it without it.
Okay. I
Otherwise,
need to drop down from higher up. That's why I'm struggling here. It's like, why can't I get there? Okay, that's also higher up. Let's try and do a mini boss battle. Yeah?
you also. I've been learning these recipes from Red Note.
From where?
Red
Hello?
note.
Just what I need. Save this one just for you.
Ow. Fuck, dude. Fuck!
Are we?
Got my ass handed to me just now. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, do I need to?
Leave it to me.
I got this.
Believe in me that believes in you, Cup.
Huh?
Fireball.
Believe in me.
That believes in
believes in
you.
Salamando.
Nope. Oh my god. Got me again.
Damn. I'll let you down. Oh, that's why there's no a mount in here. What's the mount? It's okay. All slow. I don't know what was just doing.
Huh? Oh my god. Just ignored my fucking shit, dude. Let me. Free me, bitch.
Salamando. Salamando.
Thank you, although.
Oh, JJ. Okay.
Just getting started from here.
We did it. Fight was hard, but fight was won. Okay. Back to reality. Back to life. Back to reality.
Taking this.
I do like the what do you call it? The action RPGs where like after a fight they reset you. They're like, wow, that was a hard fight. You get full health and mana immediately after. Like, I know it's a little cheap, a little cheesy, but if you're gonna be putting me on a fucking on rails linear story and then giving me occasional difficult fights to be like, I'm not gonna punish you for succeeding marginally.
I thought there was a bridge here.
Do you suppose the snow destroyed it? Is it just me, or is the storm getting even worse?
I'm gonna be real. I love this shit more than oatmeal.
I'm gonna look it up.
In a tank.
No, because I was locked into the video game. Now I'm like, oh okay.
A cairn was built over
Chia
the valley to bridge
pudding.
the gap.
I can
I suppose
send
if we
you
went
the
through the
recipe that I
parish,
have.
we
I
might
saved the
be
video
able to
for it.
Yes, please.
Good a plan as any. If we debate any longer, we're liable
That
to
shit
fall
is
into
like
trouble.
has been my saving grace for breakfast because I don't always want to make a bunch of big shit all the time.
Blue asks, how are they not freezing? Oh, they have the power of God and anime on their side.
The only answer.
Is that we saw a light near the abandoned parish.
Someone must be
God,
over
in the
there.
anime.
Let's keep heading toward the Terran. Grizzly! Yes!
Level 10 armor guy? Okay. Level 10.
This is kind of exciting. This might be useful.
Shall we tackle a level 10 mini boss now? I don't know. Okay, well, we did just... Okay.
Don't miss doing this at all. I wanna cry.
Status effects. The status effect freeze will literally freeze your character in place, making them unable to move, attack, or cast spells. Keep using attack combinations to shorten your time spent frozen and get back into the fray. Okay, well, that's bad to know, to hear. Can I burn this man? That's what I want to do.
What about thinking about, I feel like if this man has ice powers, he might be too OP. But then I think about what the fuck Cypher was doing in Castlevania, and I'm like, he might be fine.
Wait, who are you thinking about giving ice powers? Oh, Louis?
Yeah, like acid ice, like just like occasional like stuff he just throws into the mix. And then I was like, that might be too OP. And then I think about Sypha, and I was like, no, that bitch was OP. Like, that was insane shit. I was like, yo, how did y'all choreograph this in your head? That's nuts. You remember she formed an ice lane and slid down that bitch, and then like threw ice picks, ducked under a monster's leg, took ice from this lane she made and cut everybody in half? I do.
What was this from? What are you thinking about? Oh, fuck.
Castlevania.
Who did that? Oh, Ice.
Sypha.
Oh, okay, yes. Okay.
She made a fucking ice lane, slid down that bitch like Sonic, ducked, and then stabbed people. And then when she came out of the other side, picked up ice from the lane and threw it into disc and cut everybody in half. I was like, what do you mean? Where's her mana gauge? Where's her mana bar? Is she getting tired yet? I was like, I got this. Slide. I was like, huh?
We just got fucking massacred.
Again?
Yeah. I mean, we were really close to finishing off the fight, and like they just had like a last ditch like magic spell thing, and there was no way to get out of it, and so we just got pummeled, and I couldn't switch to my thing to be able to do the heal.
Sounds like a lot of excuses. Get back in there. No, I'm joking.
No, I am. I'm finna. I'll be honest with you. That is the very next thing that I wish to do.
Becoming a drill sergeant and yelling at you.
I encourage it. I accept. I welcome it. Now, what I need to do though is refill my critical. Like, I can't be jumping into a fight with my special bar all the way down. So what we're gonna do is expedite that process briefly. Because they got things in the world that like allow you to fill your gauges faster. I just need to do that before I actually try and tackle the fight, rather than jumping directly into the fight. That way, when that dude does that thing, I can counter attack. So that was the problem, is that he did like an unblockable thing, and I should have been able to do a special in response, but
I see.
okay. Well, let's risk it, I say.
Want to do this the hard way, huh?
Ow! Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, bullseye.
He blocked my attack with a... Okay. Oh, this is the thing that killed us before. Okay, so just get out of it. They just want you to dash, like never stop dashing while it's active.
Take this.
He's doing the thing. No, 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 what? He healed to full. What the fuck? No. What the fuck, dude? Well, I guess that'll give me the opportunity to do the thing. I didn't realize that I was, like, it's a RPG, you know? And I didn't realize I was running along the edge of the fight area for long enough that it was like, oh, you want to escape? It's like, no, hell no, I don't want to escape. Oh, fuck you, dude. No, 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 no. Okay, I think it's time to do the special, the big special.
Behold my power. Unleashing my full power.
Do we win? We did. Give me all that HP. Give me all that XP. All right. That time, we did it. Okay, okay. Now I can concentrate on other things in the world that exist. Hello, Neo.
Hello.
I can concentrate on other things in the world that exist now. How excited.
You sound like you were going through it, IG.
I like, you know, in RPGs, if you escape the battle zone, like, they're like, okay, here, yeah, we'll let you escape. I didn't realize that I was doing the thing that makes me escape the battle area. And another thing that I didn't know is that if you leave the battle area, the mini boss heals to full. So I was halfway through the fight and was just trying to escape an attack, the AoE attack that he was doing. And they were like, oh, you want to leave? I'm like, huh?
Surely keep about where you are. That's okay, we'll remind you.
We'll remind you. Just double checking to make sure that this is actually the thing I want to do.
Is this?
Okay, yeah, that's actually, that was worth it. Okay. I gotta go back up there now, but. Apparently the person who designed the combat in this game also did worked on the Devil May Cry series.
Which one?
I'm not sure which entry, but I'm just thinking it makes a lot of sense, like that, like juggling is a like juggling was not a thing in previous entries in this series.
Must know.
Okay, now that it's quiet for a second, do we want to like, was there more stuff that you wanted to share that I didn't hear because of game things?
I'm not gonna
Which
lie, I kind of got so like worked into working and just
uh,
listening to you go through the motions. I like
you also
totally
lost
forgot that.
yeah.
Yeah, I was like, there was things. I think I was mainly getting. Someone messages me. I think I was mainly getting on more of the guild stuff, but I don't really think we need to right now anyway.
Okay. The guild.
Yeah, and I only say that because they're kind of in the background until you get introduced to bigger players, and realize that like they have something going on with the Coventry. And you don't really know how they're involved in that way, other than like the occasional odd, awkward moment where they're in like meetings and then like they like one person leaves and they're just like, I fucking hate that guy. I cannot stand
Classic.
that dude. Fucking hate him. Piece of shit. I hope all his stocks die. Like just like waits to go into the office and just be like, man, like I hope that man dies in the worst way possible. And it's just like that like awkward sort of brain, like that dance that aristocrats like to do.
Yeah.
Like that. I don't like you, but I have to work with you. Oh, you look so nice today. Thanks. And then they walk away like stupid bitch.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as a thing recently. I can't remember what the context was. Something about just because we've been talking philosophically about the nature of like whiteness and like why certain behaviors are normalized in white spaces, but like we're like, why the hell would anybody ever do that? And I was explaining my theory that I think I've shared with you before, that like rather than having a religion in the classic sense that a lot of people around the world do have, where it's like there's a specific narrative that they're subscribed to, or like folk tales that they tell that sort of help them understand and explain the world. Like white people for like the last 1,000 years or so have been like economics pilled. Like they, like their main religion is like proto-capitalism leading into capitalism. So in their minds, the like rather than there being some grand myth, what they have is the belief that life is a game, you're going to die, and the only way to win the game is to have the most stuff by the time that happens. And so like everything that they do is strategizing around how to like win that specific game. And no one else is playing, like no one else is trying to win the game, and so they're just like, ha, fools, I've got you now. Like
Yeah.
but it's
Like,
because the
what?
game's dumb. It's like, oh,
Crazy.
I have so much more metaphysically invested in, I'm so much more metaphysically invested in reality and like what sort of like fun things I can do in universe, rather than giving like myself wholly over to this like imaginary concept that all that it does is like end up destroying the world and pitting people against each other, you know. They're like yeah, but having the most stuff means you win the game. And it's like, yeah, that's the in my mind that's the same like ridiculousness of like, well, if you dedicate your life to Christ, then you'll like get a privileged place in heaven. It's like, you don't you must not hear what you're saying. You know, you must not hear yourself when you speak. Because like having the willingness to sacrifice everything that you care about on this plane for that purpose is
Insane.
yeah, that's one way to put it. And also deeply frustrating for anybody who like actually cares about the world. The game is saying there is an item somewhere. I don't want to miss it.
You know.
Defeat all the enemies inside before the time runs out to complete the challenge. Oh no. What is this? Elemental vessel.
This is kind of exciting. A rare item.
Resist freeze. Ooh, I like that. I wish I had that for the last fight. Tragic.
Got some syrup.
All right, how much of this place have we actually explored though? FYI, Neo, I'm doing a thing where I'm selling my book like out of my apartment. Like I've got like 30 or so copies left, and but I'm selling them through Ko-fi. So if you like end up mentioning the book to somebody and like want to help get a little money in my pocket, and let them know, they can head over there to my Ko-fi shop to get a copy. Okapi? Did you say something about an okapi?
I just like, yeah.
No, I was joking because I said a copy and my brain was like, that sounds like sounds like the word okapi,
Oh,
which is a type of animal.
oh.
They're really
I was
cute,
thinking of
actually.
Okami.
Okami. Oh, Okami too. We
Yeah,
actually
that
haven't
shit was
talked
so embarrassing,
since the
bro.
trailer came out.
Bro, that shit was so embarrassing.
This was our victory.
I was in disbelief. I was also mad that normally I don't really mind if people don't tell me anything, but I was genuinely upset that no one asked, hey, did you see this? Like, no one did. I was like, y'all all let me down. All of you.
I it,
I was so
I
upset.
said out loud while the trailer was playing, like I was at Josh and Aaliyah's and I was like, oh my god, like Malia's probably freaking the fuck out right now. I just assumed that you were watching, and so I didn't like message you to see because I also was stuck.
It was literally like normally people watch the Game Awards together, and I was like, nah, I don't need to watch it this year. There's really nothing I probably will miss.
Oh my
And that
god.
happened. I swear to God, that was literally how it went. I was like, I can miss this one. And then they introduced Okami too. How the fuck was I supposed to know they were gonna
Plan our next move.
See,
I was
that's the
shocked.
everybody who watches the Game Awards watches just in case. Like that's always been the case in my opinion, right? Like this year I got double blessed with what was it? The new Elden Ring game, and like 2 trailers after that one they revealed that the person who made Shadow of the Colossus is making a new game. And I was like, holy shit, like this is more like joy than feels healthy to hold in your body. Like that was how I was feeling at the time.
True. Thursday, January 12:05. That didn't happen. Wait, hold up, pause. What's today?
Today is Thursday the 30th.
What is happening? Hold on. This is from yesterday. That's what happened. Okay.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
You know.
Okay, interesting. No, we can go check to see what the fuck that is. Game is actually encouraging us. It's like, hey, you don't have to do the main quest right now. You can go find out whatever the fuck that is. Okay, I'll go find out whatever the fuck that is.
Does someone live here?
I do see something glowing, but I don't sense anybody nearby.
Greater elemental areas. Complete all the lesser elemental areas to unlock harder trials of the same element. The magical forces within a greater elemental area are more potent than their lesser counterparts, enabling the use of elemental vessels with no cooldown period. Enabling the use of elemental vessels with no cooldown. Complete these challenges and you may acquire power from the elements like nothing you have experienced before. Okay, so there's...
About that, the parish is right there, and I'm turning into a popsicle.
You're right.
Gotcha.
We should head for the light instead.
Okay, so
Yes.
there's a combat focused incentive in the game where if you go around and do
Rare item.
like little gauntlets, then you get to unlock a big gauntlet, and then if you do the big gauntlet, you can get special magical attacks.
This might be useful.
Interesting. All right. After this next save point, I think I'm going to I don't know actually what I specifically want to do, but I want to do something. Got work I need to do today, so playing video game probably is not what I'll be doing for much longer. Should I eat? Is that a thing? I'll probably fall asleep if I eat. Difficult.
Did you not eat today?
Not yet, no. But I've only been up for
You should
like a
just
couple
eat.
hours.
We should just eat anyway.
Yeah, I know, but I base my like eating habits around whether or not I like want to pass out, because like if I there's a meal that I eat basically every single meal, and I'm very happy with that meal in terms of the satisfaction of the nutrition and the taste and all that stuff. But if I eat it, I will fall asleep. You know what I'm saying? Like I will get the itis and pass the fuck out. So there's always a little bit of a negotiation happening when I'm like, okay, do it. Am I down to take a nap now? Basically.
This is kind of exciting. Is this?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Okay, that's a electricity gauntlet. Okay. We fight this fight, we do the cutscene, and then we...
I have to fulfill my duty as the Soul Guard. You're mine, that's what I need. Take this!
You asked for it. Excuse me. You'll be stronger. Last one. Don't let it get away.
Okay, you're mine. Fireball. Feeling pressure.
All right, nice. Gimme.
Syrup.
There's also like not a mini game, but like a side game in the game where you're supposed to find these little guys. It's very Final Fantasy, and I haven't found any of the little guys yet.
Yes.
I don't know if I even want to try because they're all very, very, very hidden.
This is where the light was coming from, right?
Well, the little thing just came up.
But daylight is fading. We should move.
I can't see that light from before anymore.
Was it a mirage? Or are those only in extreme heat?
Oh, we're in a village.
It's real, I think. Let's head closer to the parish and check. Yes. Grizzly.
This game does this annoying thing where if you enter a populated area, rather than being able to do all your double jumps and shit, like they basically like make it so you can only walk and jump.
Don't move.
Oh, cat boy. Neo,
Business do you have in
are you watching stream by any chance? No.
Where you're pointing that thing.
No,
Damn,
I can't right now.
you're missing cat boy, cat prince. Oh well.
Well,
What do you mean?
let me take a quick peek.
Aether no longer benefits from its elemental's protection. Let this be a warning. Trespassing within could cost you your life. I am Morley, a swordsman from Aether.
This character looks like a Nino Kuni 2OC.
You're a survivor from the parish?
I also just remembered something that I wanted to tell you about, but I gotta tell you while streaming. I just remembered it.
Interesting. Okay.
I see. You and the alms need to go through Aether in order to cross the valley.
Well, I'm about to take a break, so I'll call you when I take my break.
I understand your predicament.
Okay.
But as you saw,
You're
getting into
gonna
Aether
laugh.
can be-
Like, you're gonna be
I'm
like,
I'm
oh,
already laughing internally. Just
Let's get
like
underground with a better view of the moon.
As I lightly speculate, my brain goes. It's just
Oh
going.
my god,
Oh my
he's
god.
so cute. What?
What the
Sure we want to trust someone
the
The
cat boy?
cat boy. What? No way. When you said cat boy, I thought like he was gonna be like generic and like he can't. It's what?
No, he's a prince.
Genuinely adorable.
He's also his like advanced class. I like watched a video explaining the gameplay, and like he can class into becoming a ninja. Like he's the rogue of this game, which is crazy.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
What can he do? Shadow stab.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's crazy.
Hey Faye, new emote. Yes.
we can get through a tear too.
And do you know when the next new moon is?
Do emo.
About 2 weeks from now.
It's a caramel dancing reference
There is one
word.
time you can pass.
I think I recognize it.
You can only enter the parish when the moon is hidden, during a new moon or an eclipse.
Did I get this
It
twice?
happens to be about time for another eclipse, actually. The moon is full now.
Oh no, there are two different ones. Okay, I knew that.
New moon, full moon, eclipse. Whatever's going on, it sounds like we're still stuck
That's
waiting
on
around
the
in
same
this freezing
contract.
cold.
Guess so.
If you're looking for something to do, I could use your help.
His name's Morley. What a
A moon sphere, to be
Morley?
precise.
yeah.
It's an old Eternian legend. I
Inkarasking.
know it's here in the drift somewhere. I'm certain of that much.
He's also got like it sounds like an American voice actor doing a very light, posh Scottish accent, which is funny. Like he just rolls his R's occasionally.
Let's start toward the south end of Fallow
That's
Bridge, near the bottom of the
adorable.
drop-off.
Morley has joined the party. Sick.
1,000 fronts. Okay.
Morley, dexterous and nimble, is adept at dealing lightning fast attacks salvos. He is a powerful fighter, skilled in a variety of techniques. If you manage to tap into his full potential, he can make for an exceptional damage dealer. If you perfect the timing of his katana swings, he can counter enemy attacks with powerful moves. So Sekiro. We're playing Sekiro.
Search all by himself this whole time?
Sounds lonely. If there's anything we can do to help him out, we should.
Do-gooders, the both of you. Though I am intrigued by the idea of treasure hunting.
All right, I got time to become Parry-God. Parry-God in a fantasy game. In a fantasy RPG. All right.
Let's plan our next move.
By planning our next move, we head to the title screen. Okay. I'm gonna take a bio break and also make fun of my child because look at this ridiculous babu. Galaxy's mom got him one of those like fish on a wall toys that like responds to when you touch it, and he absolutely loves it.
Maintain that balance.
So
You see?
Hold on, I'm trying. I'm struggling.
I know you're
hard
doing
to
work,
open
yeah.
this back up. I'm like racing to it and I cannot get it through fast enough.
A fucking nerd. Oh man, why are you? Don't lick your fucking coochie on screen. Stream, goddamn. Just trying to show how funny the fish is. Not, I don't want to show them.
Okay, I think. Oh my god, they are absolutely. No, the
You-
fish is funny.
Okay, you saw the fish before
That's
the
a big
the
cat.
coochie licking started happening. Big cat?
Yeah,
What?
that's so funny. The way they absolutely like He was like zoom in perfect frame for like that. It is so bad.
No.
Cat, can you go back to the fish?
I'm so sorry. It seems like you missed the.
Thank you. Why? Because they're cleaning themselves now.
No,
They're good.
you missed
I guess not.
the main event, which was them like fully like flipping it back and forth and rolling around and like really like throwing it up in the air and shit. Like you just missed the grand finale. This is the what do you call it? The what is it when you encore? This is the encore. Oh, there
They're
we go.
very beautiful.
Thank you. I think that the amount of time, energy, and money that we've invested into this animal over the course of the past week that they've been here is just a little bit ridiculous, I think. Don't put it in my shoe. Why are you putting the fish in my shoe? Oh my god. There we go.
They're your child now.
Yeah. Galaxy wanted a like a more hidden or like less, I don't know. They were like, I want to get a litter box, but that's not like a litter box. Like they've got to have like fancy artsy litter boxes. We found one that like looks like a plant with a vase. And so it's just got like, yeah, it's like the vase is the litter box, and then they go inside, and on top of the vase shaped thing is like a fake plant. They were like, oh yes, much better.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and like the plant part has like a filter thing, so you can like aerate and add like scented stuff on top. So very fancy. And on stream the other day, I assembled a cat tree, like one of those like things that they can claw at, and climb. They just hijack your entire brain and make you go like, yeah, I'll spend hundreds of dollars on this thing. Like,
it is legit your child now.
yeah,
Your money is no longer your own.
yeah, it belongs to this animal that has no idea what money is. Anyway, well, like I said, I need to take a bio break, and I need to and I want to know this hot goss. So I'll be
Okay.
I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, call me when you're
Okay, yeah. Hello, gays, theys, he's, she's, its, etceteras. Welcome back to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist. I went and had a conversation with my partner, who was then like, I don't have time to sweep the apartment today, but it needs to be swept. And so that's what I've been doing for the past half hour. Oopsie. I need to do work, but the work is secret. So I think you're just going to be stuck looking at my face and listening to this music while I do the secret work. Apologies for that. Jasper loves his little fish. This is probably part of the problem with why I keep yanking out my headphones, is that they're always in a knot. Oh, you know what we could do? We could do a reaction, video reaction, while I'm working on secret project. After I solve this puzzle first. Probably be easier to solve if I undid the earbud, part of the earbud. Oh. Aha. We've done it. Okay. Let's see if there's anything interesting on the Ooble Toobles. So, oh, what's this? You hate to see it. Kimi wa utada, kimi wa utada. This just doesn't have any audio, I'm guessing. The Genga though. Wow. Wait. Ugh. There's no mute, there's no sound. Unless maybe it's muted. Might be muted. Is it? That was pretty funny, I guess. Okay, what's this? Game trailer? Short animation? Doodle, wait, Doodle me go? Doodle to me go? A lot of puppeteering happening here. Okay, watching animation shorts is a little bit too distracting, preoccupying. I need to be able to watch something and work. So we gotta find something that we can do a little reaction to. My first impulse is this thing. Oh, did I already add this to my watch later? I remember seeing it. Okay, so there's this, which seems important, and it's not that long. So maybe we do this just to get started. Okay. Mm. Okay, so I didn't provide a lot of commentary there. We just kind of like let it rock. I don't even know if I had the audio on to be complete. Oh, I did. Yeah. No notes. Like maybe something about like, yeah, been there. I know that vibe or whatever. I guess. I don't know. Didn't have too many thoughts. I want to watch this Tulak and Mango Inspector Giza playthrough. I see. Oh, 1 second. Seems like my sibling might be available to chat.
Sorry I didn't get you back last night, but you didn't check back in after 7. Fair to me. You want to like in 20 kind of on foot and talk. So yeah, just let me. All right, talk to you.
20 minutes? Perfect. Squarespace. Helpful, useful, effective. What are they calling it now? For dem lands. Because before it was for Biden lands, then for Harris lands, and now for dem lands. Pizza time. Media literacy early. Okay, Dandy's calling. Please pause. Thank you. Yo, hello. Oh, it's still ringing. 1 second. No, stop ringing. Okay. Can you hear? Can you hear me? Sick. Yes, I can. However, I wanted to, since you're hanging, just like trying to make it so that it's audible on FaceTime, but it seems like that's not possible. Like on my stream, like I'm like the idea was to like basically have you as like a special guest, and like it seems like it is resistant to allowing me to do that. Wait, hold on, hold on. Do you have what's that thing called? Discord? No, not WhatsApp. Discord. Okay. I'll that's a couple steps like a couple additional steps, but if you can just add me on there, then I can call you like a regular call. My username on there is BTRCP, just like it is everywhere else. Okay. All right. Well, I kind of don't want to let you go in case like we run into hiccups, and it's like, but do you need? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. No, that's fair. Hmm. Word. What day were you supposed to be there?
Next week.
Okay.
But yeah, it's every 2 weeks, and so I was just following.
Got you.
I went over to a cafe, and I was
Mm-hmm.
like, well, let me like. I was gonna have the kids do, and so like the prompt was gonna be okay, draw a star. It can be like whatever, like interpretation of like star that you want,
Mm-hmm.
and just go ahead and draw it, and then so I drew, like I started by drawing a large circle, but then like the as I was coming around to complete the circle, I tightened the circle so it became like a spiral, and
Okay.
and so it got narrower and narrower, and then I drew all these like spirals within the larger spiral to like get the image of like like plasma eddies
Okay.
and currents and stuff inside. Then I
That's
drew like a large like kind of like a solar mass ejection kind of
Oh yeah, I love drawing those. Oh, FYI, I figured out the audio situation. So you are
so I'm live. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if you saw the like the print edition of my comic, but there is a scene where a person does like a magic like move in a, like I did like that the coronal mass ejection like arc shape. Those things are so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it like breaches the magnetic containment and then explodes and goes off. So
So I'm confused. Is that the is this the plan, or is this what ended up actually happening?
I was just drawing this. This is the plan. I was like, let me just
Okay.
do what I was going to have the students do.
Mm-hmm.
And so I drew that, and then I was like, I wonder, like, so I've seen animations of the planets kind of trailing after the sun.
That spiral graphic.
Yeah, but in a comet, like,
Mm-hmm.
in more like a comet tail
Mm-hmm.
form. But I'm not sure that the drag uh, is that like um, kind of like drastic.
Well, I think there's two big things that like that graphic is not to scale, right? Because like you have to think about how small the planets are compared to the sun and how far away they are from the sun. And then you're talking about the tail, but they do. I think that the graphic is just mapping their trail rather than saying like, oh yeah, they're like ejecting energy or something, and like that energy would be visible. It's just showing like this is where it was before and this is where it is now, kind of thing.
Maybe but the specific graphic I'm talking about, where
I think
it's
so.
like everything is orbiting.
Yeah, it's like
orbits are like behind the star.
right. Yeah, and I'm saying that the orbits behind the star are like showing like where they were in space, because it's also showing the sun going around the galaxy, right? That's like, so the sun is traveling and then all the planets are and I think that there's kind of like an optical illusion because you're seeing how they are like keeping up with the sun, but like in space they are like actually traveling at that rate. But I know what you're talking about though. Like I've looked at that graphic and been like uh like would there not be some sort of lag or something? Or like is the lag as depicted different from how it actually is? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think that probably at scale, yeah, I imagine they're like more on a plane than that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but maybe that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so, but then I was like, okay, first, like, what is the sun's forward velocity? And it's like 225,000 kilometers per second. Sorry, 225 kilometers per second. And then I was like, I wanted to know what the angle of the axis against the Milky Way was.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say that the plane of the Milky Way, it's not a plane,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the same as like, the it's like analogous to the ecliptic plane.
Right. Yeah.
And so a couple things. So it's at a 60-degree angle. Its rotation's axis is at a 60-degree angle to its forward
velocity or like
to its
trajectory.
forward direct trajectory, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And its orbit is like a wave.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like I know that, so I was like waiting for you to get to it. I was like, oh, it's currently this way, but like, you know, in 10,000 years it's actually gonna dip back below the galactic horizon.
Probably way more than 10,000 years.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Probably way more, because I think it completes its cycle, like I think it takes like some 100 million years to complete or something like that. 22 million or so, I don't know. It's a long time. But complete its orbit around the Milky Way.
Oh, right, but I'm just talking about the like wave itself though, right? Like,
right, but
and I know it's not 10,000 years
waves,
though. Oh, okay.
They're not too many waves. Like, I think it's like, you know, it's like 20 waves or something like that total. Or something. Anyway, oh wow, there's a lot of strollers out today. Yeah, so I'm wondering also, because I'm wondering if it's like a curveball, if it's like because I kind of doubt that those waves are happening just as waves, as opposed to a spiral, like a vertical kind of trajectory, you know.
Wait, which one specifically? You're talking about the sun?
Waves of the sun.
Oh yeah, the sun is probably also spiraling in a moving in a spiral motion as it does the waves. Yeah. I think that's true with a lot of things. What am I thinking about? Oh, electric currents, right? Like when they show them in diagrams, like it's actually
show the up and down.
Yeah, they just showed the up and down. But then like there's a reason why the right hand and left hand rules work, and it's because like the electrons themselves are moving in a spiral movement through the along the current.
Yeah, it's like I've been kind of like, I think like oscilloscopes are, I need to see like, I want to see like a like the, what would you call it? Would you call it like, it's not like the anterior view, but like the view of the waveform from its like its midpoint, like not from the side or anything like that, like from, like, say it's coming at you, to see it head on.
What was the word that you used?
Anterior.
And you said you want to see what it looks like head on?
Yeah, like from the middle of the spiral.
Right. Got you. It would be interesting to see. And like now, like that movement, I'm already convinced is a thing that's happening, but I'm curious to know what the mechanism behind it is. Like if there's some explanation about like the force pull push of the galactic center, like
wait, say it one more time.
I said that there's like I'm already convinced that just because other things move that way, that is likely the way that the sun moves around the galaxy. But I'm curious to know if there's like some potential explanation in terms of what forces are pushing and pulling it in that spiral movement, similar to like how the moon goes around the earth and that causes the tides to rise and fall, but like it's not like the moon isn't doing it actively. The moon has been doing that since like liquid water has been on the planet, but like because they're in sync with each other, as because the moon is the thing that's causing it. Like, do you get what I'm saying? That like it causes these waves to happen, but it's because of the, you know, spiral movement of the moon around the earth. But the tides, like, it's hard to explain. Do you get what I'm saying? That the like there were no tides before the moon, but now that there is a moon, there are also tides. But it's not that the moon causes the tides, it's that the tides happen as a result of the moon's orbit. But like if you remove the moon from the equation, the tides would keep happening. I don't know how to explain it. It's sort of hypothetical.
If you remove the moon from the equation, the tides keep happening.
I mean, you can't remove, I mean, like if you remove the moon, it would be catastrophic. But the point that I'm making is that like there's no way of decoupling the moon tide relationship. But it's not like the moon, like it's the moon that causes the tides. It's like, no, the existence of the moon, the moon and tide system are interlocked in a way that is inextricable. It's not that the moon causes the tides, it's that like the moon tide event is a conjoined event. And so I'm like saying that like it would be interesting to find out what conjoined event is causes the sun to spiral in its like sine wave motion around the galaxy.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Like I'm sure that there's some sort of oppositional force or some impact that it has on if not the galaxy, like other objects in the galaxy.
Well, I think, okay, so here's my theory, and it's new.
Okay.
Just because I've been listening a lot to like dark matter ideas.
Yeah, dark matter nerds.
That, like dark matter is because it clumps and because it's been described as matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like I kind of think that it might be like the water that the starfishes swim in.
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Let me
Okay.
put you in my pocket because I gotta go into this hardware store. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, like
Oh wait, quick what do you call it? Heads up, I guess, is that I don't believe in dark matter, dark energy. I've abandoned, like I don't subscribe to that model currently. Yeah,
hold on
but
a second. Let me ask a question real quick.
okay.
Okay, well, while I'm waiting, what is your alternative? Like
Something about basically what you said, that like I think that there is like a cosmic ether or like a substance that like is vibrating that causes everything to exist, and that like the dark matter is born out of a scientific idea about classical mechanics. And that like if you never account for the concept that like the obvious nothing that is space is like might not be made out of something, then like you're always going to be like, well, there must be a bunch of stuff out there that we can't see, weird. But like if you just say, if you think that there is something similar to what classical philosophers thought about the luminiferous ether, then you can come up with a bunch of different ideas about like the mechanisms behind it that help compensate for the lack of dark matter, dark energy in the math.
Well, I think that it's a luminiferous ether. If it is ether, it doesn't react with light as far as you can tell.
Well, no,
it doesn't.
The luminiferous ether is the thing that enables light to occur. That's the reason why it's called luminiferous. Is that like it's reactions happening in the ether that cause stars, etc. Like it's made out of photons, even if those photons aren't actively projecting anywhere. Like it's the thing that sparks when a star lights is what the people thought back in the day.
Okay, let me call you back because I gotta pay for this.
Okay.
I'm gonna ponder that. I'll call you right back.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Y'all talking about superposition? Not talking about. I don't know why you thought we were talking about superposition. Not talking about superposition. What caused you to think we were talking about superposition? I'm trying to figure out the angle of the sine wave of the sun's path across the galactic plane. How do I find out that angle? With respect to its own axis of rotation, the sun is moving through the galaxy tipped at an angle of about 60 degrees from the galactic plane. This also applies to the planets orbiting the sun, just like the disk. Well, I get maybe they haven't been measuring it for long enough to know. Oh, wait, it's perhaps also worth noting that the sun doesn't appear to trace a flat line in one plane only. As it moves around the galaxy, the sun actually appears to bob up and down through the disk. We are up right now above the plane of the disk as it moves with a period of about 60 million years. Okay, that does answer my question. So the completion of the sine wave is 60 million years long. The images mostly, the Maryland Science Center, maybe, or NASA. Well, I have my answer now. 60 million years is how long it takes for the sun Earth system to dip, to go up over and then dip back under the galactic horizon. I think it's really funny that like we somehow figured out how to make up and down even. Like it's so arbitrary, but we made up and down for the galaxy. Yeah, this is the upper part of the galaxy, and then there's the under. Right now we're on our way up, but eventually we'll be heading back down. 60 million years from now, we'll be heading back down. I'm terrified because for some reason none of my devices properly notify me. So I'm worried that Dandy's gonna call me back and where'd they go?
All right. You there? Hello?
I am here.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So you're saying that the luminiferous ether gives rise to light.
Like, okay, so modern astrophysicists don't believe in the ether. It's like an idea that, like, you know, Plato and Socrates had about how light propagated. But there are you know, fringe weird crank physics nerds who think that, well, actually maybe there is a luminiferous ether, and that can explain a bunch of the dark matter, dark energy inconsistencies that arise from classical mechanics. Because the reason why they came up with dark matter, dark energy is because classical mechanics says, like, well, if this has this mass, then it should move at this rate around this other object, right? And then they do the math, and it's like, no, actually galaxies are spinning way faster than they should be. And they're like, okay, well, how do we like fix the holes in the math? And they just invented dark matter, dark energy to plug those holes. And like people who research it earnestly believe in the existence of this stuff, but in my mind I'm like, okay, but like I just like the model better. I think it's more fun. The ether model.
I mean, yeah. I think that like it seems from what I can tell that so what they describe as dark matter is something that clumps locally in gravity wells, like normal matter, but it doesn't have any of the signatures of normal matter. So it's like it's just something that's like invisible to us, or to all our instruments.
Right.
But it is definitely still like you can account for it with the same instruments. Or like you can account for its influence.
Right.
And so I think that it just wouldn't surprise me if like our instruments look for things with kind of like indicators of like mass or like energy according to what we prioritize. But you know, like say if we had like octopus skin or like mantis shrimp eyes, we probably prioritize some other shit. Like eyes in the back of our head, everything would be different. Like, you know, our priorities would be completely different than what they are currently.
Yeah, I'm the thing that I think a lot about, rather than it being like, okay, but like, what if we could see into the UV spectrum or something like that? Like, I do think that there would be other emergent properties that would cause us to perceive things differently. But I think that a lot of it has to do with a matter of scale, right? Like, part of the issue with how we observe the universe is that at the scale that we're at, as far as we can tell and detect, like a Planck's length is the smallest possible measurable thing in the universe, and then like we literally can't imagine something being smaller than a Planck's length wide. It's like the same hard limit that causality and the speed of light have in the universe. Like things cannot fit like energetically or physically exist the size a size smaller than a Planck's length, and because of the cosmic microwave background at the edge of the observable universe, we can't imagine anything being bigger than the universe. But like if you were a couple orders of magnitude larger or smaller, then maybe the way that you perceive and observe the world might be different, and like we might be able to like scale our ability to perceive things up or down based on like how big we are. Like if we were planet size, who knows what like things would be conceivably possible. Now like making ourselves the size of a shrimp or a elephant might drastically change how we perceive the world around us, but like it couldn't drastically change the like how we perceive things that are super small and super large, because it's still working on the same relative scale. If that makes sense. But like if your planet or star sized, like that's like, you know, a complete like a single glucose molecule is to a human what a single human is to the earth. And like if you just think about that, like perceiving things as a glucose molecule or as a planet like would dramatically change your concept of scale.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a if you think of the like if your year is your rotation around the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy,
Yeah.
in your lifetime and your perception of motion has to be so much different than, you know, and even like, you know, your perception of motion is still probably pretty local to the billions of stars that are not even like completely perceivable to you as one of the billions of stars. It's kind of like us crawling along the surface of the earth trying to perceive the minds of the other, you know, 8 billion people. It's kind of like you don't really do that. It's not like something that you can maybe feel their presence as you network with them in some way, feel their influence, but not even acutely. And so so that's like on a solar scale. But then like if we're thinking about like constellations, the it's I really think that it's super interesting to think of like all of these like fusion bubbles, the fusion like these all of these like huge reactions that are happening, as you know, it's like the same as like fusion ignition is the same in a way as like combustion in a way. Like the energy output is so much like larger than the energy input, but you know, it's exponentially larger in the fusion in a fusion reaction. So I like thinking about those kind of like nodes, those nodular like reactions in space. We mostly think about those. You know, it's like we don't think about like the water or air surrounding like surrounding them. You know, we only think about them and their products.
Right.
Which is super interesting. Like, we think about light and we think about like matter. And I think that there's way more stuff, and probably it is contained within this stuff that isn't measurable by, like, say whatever that extra goo is, say it's like perceivable by some like large scale ancient entity.
Okay.
Like you know, that exists on the scale of like billions of years, or like, I think that like the shape of all of these nodes together and their collective influence might like equal like bodies that are like compounded, you know?
Okay.
By that I mean like the constellations could actually have specific personalities that that operate in, and by personalities I mean just like behavior.
Yeah.
Like, and we're just seeing the natural like pulsation within the systems, but on 100-year per life scale.
Right. Yeah. Like, I mean, I think you're talking about like a vast sort of hypothetical, but I just think about even like what the perception is like of like from the perspective of a star, because like a star probably experiences the push pull of other stars, not just in its local vicinity, but like over the course of who knows how long, because there's this thing called the like galactic filament, and it's just like streams of hydrogen that sort of like loosely connect the galaxies from the moment that they like separated at the Big Bang or whatever. Like, they've been kind of like strung together by like remnants of hydrogen gas that have just been sort of like have been continuously exchanged between all of the galaxies. And like, I imagine that like, because stars all have electromagnetic fields around them, that they probably have that kind of a similar sort of trail or like network between them. And like, but like, it's sort of like how the Ints in Lord of the Rings like took all day to say hello. Like, it may be that like it just takes a star like who knows, 1,000,000 years to say something, you know?
Right.
Like,
And then like those systems are obviously like the scale of those systems. Like, okay, you know, human to planet to, not even planet to star, but more like hold up.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you in my pocket.
Okay.
Real quick. Hold up. All right.
I thought. Oh, go ahead.
What I meant was humans, planets, star to galaxy. Like, if we're talking about like, or like planet to galaxy, like all of these things like have behavior and network with their local, like, others. And so like I think that like stars have behavior and conversation with their like.
Bro, are you in communion with your cosmic cohort, brother? Bro, are you in communion with your cosmic cohort? I need to know.
Yeah.
Have you opened up? Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. Have you gone to cosmic therapy? Cosmic.
Your cosmic group.
Cosmic family therapy.
Yeah, group therapy.
So yeah, like I think that is like those relationships are like we wouldn't be able to understand life at that scale. Like like what we say is life. Like the networking of such that things that like operate on the billions of years.
Did last time we chatted, did we talk about did I mention morphogenetic fields? I feel like I probably did.
I don't remember you saying that.
Okay, so there is a YouTuber whose videos I've been watching recently. It's called YouTube channel is called Formscapes. I can just text it to you if you're end up interested. But Formscapes has this idea about a phenomenon called morphogenetic fields, and it's like a worldview, a way of thinking about organisms, but not in the like organic carbon base, but like the idea of self-sustaining energy transceivers and like things that have the potential to be able to communicate at scale, similar to stars, galaxies, and then going smaller, like on like an atomic level. But so Formscapes thinks that that basically the thing that holds things together for however long they stay together is like a cosmic constant throughout at scale throughout the multiverse or whatever, and that like we just happen to be part of the human like morphogenetic superfield that like achieving human consciousness and then maintaining it for 100 years or so, and then entering back into the larger morphogenetic field of Earth, the planet, that like we are just like an instantiation of this phenomenon that is this specific shape because of all the circumstances that led to our local circumstances. Yeah. And like, but like this also applies to stellar systems, and that like on a long enough time scale, in a similar way to how life on Earth evolved, there's a possibility for like stellar forms and bodies to evolve. Like rather than all of this talk about the heat death of the universe, if Newtonian entropy is accurate, like it could be that like as different systems have different exchange relationships to kinds of energy, that like in the distant future, like stars could evolve into something else, like, which is just a sick idea, like
the chemical signatures of stars have changed. Like stars now produce like way more complex
right yeah
elements than
heavier elements, because
like,
oh good
metal poor stars are the oldest stars,
right?
And by metal poor it just means like anything other than like hydrogen, helium, and lithium, like or like in like the heaviest metal that those stars would ever produce is iron.
Yeah, but then when the core what is it, the hydrogen in helium starts ricocheting off of the iron core, and then it causes the collapse that causes a supernova. In the instantiation of the supernova, like all of that, the iron gets so compacted that it becomes all the other heavy metals like lead and beryllium. Yeah.
Yeah, like, so yeah, I mean that's one
Uranium.
like version of like star evolution that
has already happened.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure you could kind of come to certain conclusions about like possible futures of like, yeah, based on that. You know.
Yeah, it's so interesting to attempt to model though, because like my first instinct is to like anthropomorphically think about how life on Earth evolved over time, and thinking like on that time scale, but for stellar life, like yes, we're on whatever number iteration of larger stellar cycle that we are on a planet that has utonium, etc. on it. But like, you know, there's a possibility that like yeah, wait, what did I say? I said utonium.
What's utonium?
Hold on. Am I saying the right word? I'm thinking about plutonium and uranium. Jesus, I combined the two. I was like, what are those two heavy radioactive metals? Plutonium, uranium.
Yeah.
Is the name of the Powerpuff Girls dad Utonium, or is it hold on,
Dr. Plutonium.
Dr. Plutonium. Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, oh, but like we're in the version of the universe that has plutonium and uranium, and like that's like the upper limit for how heavy an atom can get. But like maybe there's a future like cosmic circumstance where like Americanium and like these things that like we've only been able to make for like a split second because its half-life is so short, like that could just be like a normal metal in the world, you know what I mean? Like that's like but like once that happens, like stars might be able to take on like even weirder shapes, and solar systems, stellar systems might like behave in ways that are completely erratic compared to how they appear at a distance now. And like, but like we may not ever have the opportunity, like humanity is not going to exist that far in the future. If we do, it'll be a very, very, very evolved form that is unrecognizable to us now. But even then, like you would need to be observing things at a planetary or stellar scale to even like be able to understand what's interesting or different about that. Because like a thing that I think about a lot is the fact that we are still toroidal vortices, our bodies, right? But like it's as our specific gravitational circumstance demands that we like be extended and sort of extruded the way that we are. And then like the way that the torus itself represents itself on our interior is as this like insane knotted thing, you know, like our intestines. And like, but like at our fundamental, we're still just donuts, which is like absurd. But like just the complex, but a very, very complex version of that thing because of our precise circumstances. And so like, but that's at scale for us with our like specific ocular placement and somatic awareness and access to the ability to like think and experience things the way that we do. But like fundamentally, like if something looked at us from a specific angle, they'd be like, that's a donut. At scale, when we look at a star, it looks like that's a spheroid, right? But intellectually, you can say like, no, actually, it's a donut because like we know that there was an accretion disk and that like when it collapsed in on itself, for a split second it was a donut, but then that geometric shape is unstable at that like magnitude, and so it collapsed in and it appears to be a sphere, but it's actually like a collapsed torus. But like from the perspective of that thing, and given its specific circumstances in its location in the galaxy, who knows what a star looks like to another star? Like a star could look to another star like a person. Do you know what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, with all of its like perceivable
Complexity. Yes, exactly.
Like, its field, whatever its field contains, including the like ether that is that can only be perceived because of like a certain size, like, or we occupy a certain amount of space.
Yeah, and we can't see all of the neurological activity that's happening that's enabling us to be alive. We can measure it using machines and stuff like that. But like it's possible that like from a star's perspective, it does not see its stellar body or perceive its stellar body as its body. It could perceive the massive electromagnetic field, or like you're talking about the ether or dark matter sort of body that it like moves through, or like it could perceive its accretion disk, its planetary and Oort cloud disk as its body, right? And like that's also just fun to think about. That like what if like we look at the sun and we're like, wow, look at that thing, and for the sun, the entity that the sun experiences itself as, like the sun is its brain, and then like we're just on an organ in its body. Like,
and we're like we're on the infected organ.
Oh man, yeah.
Living on the infected organ.
Well, I mean, there's a possibility of like it's impossible to say again at scale, right? Because like even in our bodies, when we have an infection, like it's hard to say whether or not a bacterial infection or a viral infection knows that it's an infection. It's like, and we've got tons of different somatic flora that do actually help and have a symbiotic relationship with us. So it's possible that life as an emergent quality in stellar systems is like, depending on its relationship to the system itself, could be probiotic like symbiosis, but like right now in the time scale of our existence, we can't tell. Like it could be that like we're just kind of a flare up, we could just be like pink eye. Like it might just be like the sun like could perceive it as like, oh yeah, I felt sick for like a week. In the time scale of like how long it takes for us to go extinct.
Or like, I mean, a week on it might be more like a year.
Well, okay, so a thing that I was looking for was how long does it take for the sun to complete a single sine wave across the galactic horizon? And it says it takes about 60 million years. So the last time that the sun was where it is like now in terms of its relationship to the galactic plane was like shortly after the dinosaurs went extinct. So like even like we popped up in less than the last million years, and all of human history is less than the past 10,000 years. So it could really just be like a pimple. Honestly, compared to the 60,000 years it takes. Like, because, okay, 60,000 years is how long it takes to go up and down, and then to do a complete
okay, you figured
orbit.
that out.
I was looking at a diagram that says it, and then how long does it take for the sun to go around the galaxy? A galactic year, also known as a cosmic year, is the duration of time required for the sun to orbit once around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. One galactic year is approximately 225 million Earth years. That's
Yeah, I thought so.
that's all of life on Earth. Not all of life, not because like life has been on Earth for like a billion years, but like that's all of modern development of life. Like if expansion tectonics is accurate, like the entire Earth expanding happened. Like we haven't even finished a complete orbit since the Earth began expanding.
Right. It's really fascinating.
Yeah. Jesus.
Well, I'm about to fall asleep.
Okay.
I'm tired from the day, but let's talk again about this shit.
Yeah.
Do a little bit more research about dark matter.
Okay, yeah. I'm curious to know what you end up doing with the kids next week or next week. And I'll send you one of Formscape's videos. My guess is that because you didn't like the documentary that I sent you last time, that you'll probably kind of bounce off of this, but let me know. I'll send you the one about dark matter.
Is it the same person?
No. It's just similar kind of like, rather than like speaking effectively to lay people, there's like a lot of presumptions about like, oh, I'm assuming that you have this base level of knowledge that we're working from that space.
I don't mind that.
Mm.
I think just like finance in particular is like way more annoying.
Gotcha.
That's intuitive for me than but then like also the person was like saying that like they make it confusing for you by using all of this language, and then just like had like went on for a little while using that language, and it's just kind of like, well, why did you have to do it? We get that you like just train, just like give us the knowledge. Like what's the utility of that?
Upon repeat viewings of that specific thing, like now that I have all the information that's in the rest of the video in my head, I went back and rewatched it and actually understood everything that he was saying, which was an insane feeling to have. Like, because the first time I watched it, I was like, my brain did not parse any of that information. I felt the same way that you did. I was like, okay, that was really fucking annoying that you did that. And then by the end of the video, I was like, let me go rewatch it. And then like he described all those things. The second time that I listened to him describe all those things, I was like, oh my god, I felt like Sasuke in Naruto, like being like, I can fucking see, like I can see all the fucking how everything's connected. It was an insane feeling. But yeah, I think that's the reason, is that that it's true that it is intentionally obfuscating, but it does make sense enough to the people who are talking about it that they can buy people in by being like, oh, all you got to know is this esoteric ass language. And then, but then if you look below the surface of what the esoteric ass language is describing, it's just gambling. Like it's just really complicated way to talk about like gambling your life away. Okay. I'm gonna send you, I'm not sure if this is the specific video that I was thinking, but I'm texting you this Formscapes video, and Formscapes videos are similarly like I feel like I benefit from repeat watching rather than just like sitting with it and being like, okay, I'm listening to you, but like listening to it, and then if you have time later, listening to it again and being like, okay, now I'm able to process a bunch of the shit that they were talking about.
Got you.
Okay, good talk though, and I hope you have an awesome nap.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good talk. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, later, Sip. Love you.
All right, love you too. All right, bye.
I actually just want to watch the video that I just sent them. Okay, I need to reset all of my shit so that I turn this off and then but then turn this on. Yeah, then switch this, that. Okay. Hey gamers, hi Reganis. I have a Ubel Tubal I wish to viewable. Oh, can I switch to? God damn it. There's a kind of cool thing that Google has enabled, which is that you can have different Google windows open on different Google accounts and they'll like retain their own independent history. And that's cool, I guess, except for that it just added a layer of complexity that I didn't necessarily long for. If that makes sense. I want to watch this. Okay, the thing that I'm going to do is start playing this video. Chill. And then I'm going to go take a bio break, but I'm going to leave the video playing and I'm going to open stream on my phone so that I can continue watching the video together while I'm bio breaking. I know, it's magic. Okay, so if we're going to be engaging in philosophy, should we be doing it hesiodically and theogenically so that Reganis can meet their deadline of having read? Girl, I'm about to leave. Okay, never mind. Blue asked, how's it doing? Which I think she meant, how's it going? Girl, I'm about to leave. Friday night open to you? Yes, although it'll be the first time leaving Jasper home alone. I'm about to have an obligatory turn-up sesh. You heard your name? I was just saying that you'll be home alone on Friday night if I go out. That's all. No, I'm not offering you anything. I was just letting you know. It would seem that the kitten wishes to be observed. It's one of the girls at work's birthday and she wants to turn up on freaking Thursday. Thirsty Thursday. Do you want to sit in my lap? Come on. Lap time, lap time. Pick you up. You up. You don't want to be picked up? Cool, cool. Many happy returns. Yeah. Happy solar return, coworker. I actually don't want to go. I want to stay in the house, but no one is flaking, so I gotta go. Wait, so are you saying that you want to move our hang sesh to tomorrow? Is that what you're saying? About Are You Free Friday? Oh, you're talking about for Hesiod's theogony. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, we can theorize over Hesiod on Friday. Okay. And I can share some of my girlhood to godhood essay as well if you're still in the mood. Order doesn't matter to me. Okay, I was confused. I thought you were suggesting that we move our hangout to tomorrow. The social battery might as well be refurbished at this point. But I don't understand what that means. Refurbished. For a second, I thought you were saying theologian, not theory. No, theogony. Theogony is the name of the book by Hesiod that Reganis is reading first for school. It's theogony, Theogeny, like the origin of the gods, like Genesis, theogeny. No, there's no O towards the end. Theogeny. Their philosophy thing, yeah. Ow, ow, nibbling on my arm. Theological Genesis, yes, precisely. Origin of the gods. whatever. I don't really give a fuck. I'm being super duper honest. I haven't hyperfixated over the shitty Greek gods since high school. Yeah, it's too bad that Vic hasn't been here to listen with us. I'm sure that they've read the theogony before. Seems like exactly their bag. I got a question. Do y'all think the United States would be less fanatical and evangelical if the Bible was considered pure fiction, or would it be worse? Guess I'll die. Oh wait, it is the funniest. It is the furthest from mine, and I'm actually kind of pissed we're starting here. But hey, it's most well-researched and recorded philosophy we have, so shrug. It's not philosophy. Again, I explained this before. It's that, like, because you're gonna have to study Plato and the other Greek philosophers, and they use a lot of these theological concepts in how they talk about philosophy. It's sort of like a primer. It's like a necessary text to read, so that, like, when they invoke Zeus and Eros and other deities, you kind of understand that they're talking about concepts rather than the gods themselves. Hot take. I don't think the United States gives a fuck about the Bible. We worship the idea of democracy more than anything. I don't think we worship the idea of democracy at all. I think that we worship money. Capitalism is the religion du jour of this continent. I don't do well with hypotheticals, Lou. To answer your question about if the Bible were considered a fiction, that's a hypothetical that I like intrinsically struggle with. I don't know that I think it would be worse, but I do think that like the new atheists who tend to also still be conservative, and people like Jordan Peterson have proven that even if you just thought of the Bible as a mythological text, that you can still wield it for the same purposes as if you thought of it as a like if you thought of it as a history. But like perceiving it as a mythological text doesn't stop people from using it for shitty purposes. I think that most capitalists who are successful think of the Bible and Christianity as just like another factor in the game of how to make more money, rather than like believing the text itself, or like it doesn't matter whether or not they believe the text. I think I should have taken ethics, but I also am just in a bitch eating crackers mood because I have to leave in an hour and a half. I see. Yeah, I did. You were like, I want more context for the things that we talk about. And I'm like, okay, philosophy does not seem like your kind of thing, but GG's, I guess. IDK, I feel as if democracy is still worshipped, but IDK, how to explain myself on it? Well, I mean, democracy is a lie that is a part of the United States mythology in service of capital. That like, as long as they can convince, as long as people with capital and property can convince other people that they're engaged in democracy, then they're kind of like playing a different game than the capital makers, and the capital makers are betting on people continuing to believe in democracy. It feels so woo-woo to me. Yeah. Yeah, no, I like, I guess I do kind of agree with you that the average American does believe in democracy, but not more than Christianity. I think that even my parents, who are like fundamentalist evangelical Christians, like think that God is going to put the right person in office and guide their hand on some like Christo-fascist bullshit, more than they think that like engaging in the democratic process is like real and true. Like, I feel as if comfortable as liberals really believe in democracy, yeah, I would don't disagree with that, or a liberal democracy, because it makes them feel safe and distant from the fuck shit that got them to this point. That's a fair perspective. I just keep thinking about the fact that people truly believe that God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, heaven/hell, are all truly exist, as the reason why the Bible has so much heft as a means of social control. Yeah, I mean, again, I think convincing people that democracy is real, convincing people that the Bible is real, and convincing people that the history, the mythic history of the United States is real, are all different tools in the capitalist playbook. If the mindset from the start was that it was simply, I know that's a hypothetical. If the mindset from the start was it was simply a library of stories rather than a genuine history, I'd like to think that maybe it wouldn't have the same effect. But you're not wrong. Even fiction can take the place of the Bible in such a reality. Yeah, a thing that when I get into arguments with my parents about their convictions about Christianity, a thing that I often what happened to your sibling? They took a nap. When I talk with my parents about their convictions about Christianity, I try to explain to them how it sounds to me, and I say that it feels to me the same as if you had said like Harry Potter engaged Voldemort in a combat to the death, and Dumbledore had to die so that we could be saved from the incursion of the Death Eater forces, right? Like, that's what it sounds like when you're talking about and like they don't get it because they are Bible is nonfiction pilled. But like, I also know people who are such intense Harry Potter stans that like they will, I don't know if argue to the death is accurate, but like they have such strong convictions about that franchise that like they are basically true believers in the same way that my parents are. Sidebar, I'm so glad January is almost over. I hate dragging my ass through Capricorn season. I mean, it's not Capricorn season anymore. Capricorn season ended on the 20th. Or no, wait. Sagittarius, Capricorn season. Yeah. And then Pisces season. What's the order? I want to see if I remember the order, because this is another thing about mythos, right? Is that like there's a utility to having stories that are mnemonic devices for things. And in my mind, like Jesus and his 12 disciples are clear indications of something having to do with a sun cult, right? Like you don't call something the Son of God like throughout all of the different linguistic changes and it not be a mnemonic device. I've seen the walls of text arguing to the death until the admin locks the thread. It's pretty much that. TBH, unless a Harry Potter stan is about to get in the ring with me and fight for JKR, I don't take them seriously. Yeah, but I'm saying that like there are people who feel that way. Like they are willing to fight you on that. Okay, so I start with Sagittarius because that's when the solstice is. So Sagittarius, Capricorn, Pisces, Aquarius. That's the first quarter or first third. And then fire sign Aries. Taurus, Cancer. Hold on, I almost got it. Gemini, and then Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio. Wait, hold on. So we got them swapped. If it's because it's definitely Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, right? So then you swapped the air and water, which means that it's not Pisces season. It's Aquarius season. Yeah, and I should know that because Galaxy's in Aquarius and their birthday's next week. I usually tell those people to get in the ring, LMFAO, or shut the fuck up and put that foundation over the Horcrux tattoo. But thank you for entertaining the hypothetical / question. It was scratching my brain. Aren't the signs aligned with the months? That's usually a good way of keeping track of them. Yeah, but they're not. I'd rather, like, full disclosure, I made my own calendar that's based on, that actually has the months synced up with when each sign is, when the sun enters each sign. And I want to memorize the order of the signs rather than the months, because I've got January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. I've got that in my head, but I'd rather it be, let's see if I can do it. Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio. I'd rather be able to do that super fast. Like I want to get good at doing that fast rather than January, February, March. Okay, that's better. I hate dragging my ass through Pisces season too. Not always. Taurus starts in April and ends. No, they don't. None of them start. Like none of them correspond with the months. They correspond with the around the 20th, because they follow like the beginning of the Western zodiac is in Aries during the spring equinox, and the spring equinox is around the 21st or the 22nd of March. So like the sun is in the sign for a month, so for 30 to 31 days, but then that means that the next like transition is on the 21st or 22nd of the next month. So that it corresponds with the equinoxes. And so like what's fucked up is that we did base the 12-month calendar on the zodiac, but then didn't start the months on the days that it would make sense to. Like, it makes sense to me to start the year on the first day of winter. Like, that makes sense to me, that it's like that's exactly the time that the days start getting longer and like things are particularly cold and like sort of like vestigial. And then like, yeah, it makes sense to me to start at 0, right? So 0 would be winter solstice, and then 3 o'clock would be the spring equinox, then 6 o'clock would be the summer solstice, and then 9 o'clock would be the autumn equinox. That makes more sense to me personally. Because you start at 0, and like if you're thinking about a sine wave, right? You start at 0, and then you go like this, and then you go like this. You may just theogonize over Hesiod, baby mother, or whatever. What? I'm about to tell the girls I'm not coming, like I'm struggling so bad to fix my mood. We may just theogonize over Hesiod's baby mother or whatever. Oh, I see. Galaxy has book club in an hour. And then they're gonna be out of the house for a while. Oh, I need to remember to feed the cat. I think I should go. I need to go feed Jasper, so I'll be right back. I'll put on some music so y'all aren't all alone. Paved paradise, put up a parking lot. I didn't know homie spoke English. He for real was like, I know what that means. I think must have learned some English at a previous home. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. No soup then? Cool. Oh shit, I forgot. Girl, I forgot. My bad. Truly my bad. I told Galaxy that I was gonna make them food. I completely forgot. Okay. Be right back again. Y'all are funny. Okay. What was I doing? I was watching this Formscapes video slash chat with my folks. Yo, did y'all want to Reganis, did you figure out whether or not you're going to the thing? Cat. Gotta do what you gotta do. Y'all aren't responding fast enough for my liking. All right, I'm putting this video on so that I can continue to work. All right. I just came back from Cat Patrol. Okay, well, do you have anything that you want to continue to talk about, like your hypothetical thing about Christianity? Yeah, because okay, I have some theories about what I think would like benefit the greater Western public psyche in terms of like mythologies that are compatible with our aspirations of equality, etc. And I don't think having a self-sacrificial man god at the heart of like the group mythology, who is the optimal way to think about community. Like there's a part of me that thinks that the modern mythology and the trajectory that things have taken with like comics and such. No, get out of there. Move. Get out. That like stories like the Avengers and Justice League are a little bit more functional in that they are narratives about groups of people who don't get along coming together. That's a little bit more functional, but it still has the fatal flaw of being about like a feudalistic what's that word, crusade against the forces of evil. Whereas I think that rather than engaging in this sort of militaristic ideology or ideation, that like it would be a better more universalist myth to tell a story about a group of people who came together to solve a problem as a group. Honestly, Jesus is the great man who saves everyone, does encourage hyper individuality and self-sacrifice where it's not necessary, so definitely counter a communal dynamic. Yeah, but like having a party of like people who come together from diverse backgrounds and solve a problem together that doesn't necessarily have a anthropogenic or anthropomorphic expression seems pretty dope. Like and like I'm not thinking like Lovecraftian squid monster either. Like I think that like coming together and crushing something that is a representation of systemic injustice might be the go-to, you know? And like I'm interested in telling that story. I think of as that kind of story. It's weird because I was told Jesus was a carpenter and was like a proto-socialist, and the idea of Jesus being a hyper-individualistic dude is so weird. Well, the thing is that the Bible tells us many times over after the life of Jesus to be like Jesus. And like like in that sense, there's a great man quality about how the story is told and shared. But like, was Jesus like the acts? Okay, two things. One of them is that I think that Jesus is propaganda made by the Romans to pacify the Jewish people. That like he is a prophet who, rather than engaging in combat and wielding heavenly destruction like all the prophets before him, he's constantly being like, "Hey man, just chill out. Like turn the other cheek, bro. Like give unto Caesar what is Caesar's." Okay. And like the thing that pissed him off the most was like a bunch of people selling stuff in the temple. um uh uh and like what's that about? um uh uh Meanwhile, oh, the second thing was that um first off, I think that Jesus was a piece of propaganda. He's a fictional character who is a propagandized, idealized Jewish person. Oh, I guess them selling stuff in the temple and Jesus getting pissed off is like combating the archetype of the Jewish merchant who only cares about money. I guess that's what the purpose of that story was. But like in his life, he preached about, I mean, in his life or like in the story, he preached about being humble. He preached about like not being prejudiced towards people, accepting people. But the people who he accepted were people who are already accepted in Roman society, but not in Jewish society. So like tax collectors, he's like, man, I love me a fucking tax collector. Working women, people who did sex work. Like he's like, man, I love people who do sex work. I don't even do sex like that, but like, man, do I love a sex worker. And like in Roman society, right? Like Romans were the ones who were sending out the tax collectors, and like a big part of their society and how it self-regulated was being able to pay people for sex. So it seems like that was also propaganda rather than it being like an actual reflection of radical anti-patriarchal ethics. I also think this is just the difference between black informed versus white informed Christianity. Okay, I'm gonna do a little decompress, smoke break, and then go to the bar with the girls. I'll talk to you later. I love you, Negroes. All right, later, Reganis. Okay, but yeah, I don't think that Jesus was that radical. I just think that people frame him that way now because of the consequences of Puritanism. And that's a very different thing than actually having a radical politic. Because weren't radical for the time, just radical for the cultural milieu, which is, yeah, that's different. That's different from actually being radical. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Did my keyboard died? But the question is, did it really die or did it fake die? It really died. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Oh my god, my neighbor's kid is being very adorable outside. Ideally, there's nothing wrong with representing Jesus as a man with proto-socialist ideals. The issue becomes when folks identify him and his, deify him and his elders. Well, I mean, like, no, I think the problem is fundamental to the story. Like, people keep saying like it's the same thing for me as it kind of negates the idea of normal man with the interests of community / city in mind, because he becomes an idol. And with regard to the Avengers, I think that happens to them as well the more the MCU leans on the fandom. Yeah, okay. So here's the thing, is when I'm talking about the Avengers as a slightly better model, I'm talking about it in terms of in comparison to the what I think of as intrinsically broken model of a like a savior archetype. That, like, the problem with Jesus, in my opinion, is not like what people think of as what he stands for. It's the ambiguity of it with the Christ narrative at its heart. Like, the problem is not that like this guy sucks, or like the way that people worship this guy sucks. It's that the story is fundamentally built as a pacifying agent for like potentially more militaristic people in service of power, and there's no way to interpret the story outside of that framework. That, like, any amount of work that a person tries to do to like theorize about like the proper theology behind Christianity, at the end of the day, it's about a dude who has supernatural powers and who sacrifices himself for the good of humanity. And it's like, this is a self-sacrificial narrative that can be wielded by people who want power to say, hey, you should believe in this guy because this guy was super dope. He was willing to sacrifice himself. He was willing to work himself to death and defend tax collectors, and like really cared about like his fellow man. And like, that's not a thing that people who wield power give a shit about, but they do have a vested interest in having as many people as possible believe in that as an archetype. Like, why do you think that the Catholic Church and Catholic, Anglican, and other powerful instantiations of the church were able to get away with all the stuff that they got away with? The answer is that they convinced people to believe in this thing that said, like, give us what we want. Comparative to how the state recuperated MLK, I've heard more than one person say something akin to "he died for our sins." Yeah, I wrote an essay about this. Actually, you know what? Wait, Blue, have you read either of my essays? Either the fractalization of utility in an atemporal model of space, or diplomatic imperialism and the redundancy of form? I think the one in which I talked about this was diplomatic imperialism. What just happened? There's a shortcut to hide the menu bar? How did I do that? Okay. I have it. Okay. Allow me to read diplomatic imperialism. You might be able to read it faster. And the redundancy of form. You have a blog? I have written a couple essays on Medium. Hey, don't make me sign up to read my own writing, please. Thank you. Right. Yeah. If you're okay with me just reading it, I'm gonna read it. But if you like want to read it instead, I'm okay with you doing that. Would you rather hear it from the horse's mouth or psychically consume it from the horse's mind? I'm down for narration. Okay. I'll read along. Okay, so this is titled Diplomatic Imperialism and the Redundancy of Form. And it's got 4 parts. I think that's right, yeah. Yeah. So A, Diplomatic Imperialism, Part 1. The impossibility of objectivity while human and bound by histories. Partly due to my long-standing fascination with speculative science fiction, and partly due to a sort of nostalgia for media I quasi-consciously encountered during prepubescence. Hold on, I should be showing this on stream. And partly due to a sort of nostalgia for media I quasi-consciously encountered during prepubescence, as well as an active interest in discerning what influence it had on my ethics and identity, I recently engrossed myself in the mythos of the second generation of the Star Trek franchise, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager, spanning the late 1980s into the early 2000s. A recurring trope I noticed in Star Trek is that of the diplomatic imperialist, an agent of a monolithic sociocultural machination who confidently strolls through the spaces, time and lives of unwitting or uninvolved others, imposing the monumental singularity of their voluntarily conditioned ethos, having been granted the authority to roam the galaxy from said monolith, Starfleet Academy, onto everyone in the galaxy, while ardently maintaining a ridiculous/impossible commitment to non-interference. The excuse superimposed over this serial violation of everyone and everything in the galaxy is to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, and to boldly go where no man has gone before, as is the starship captain's vow, which seems to me a bad joke at most and a cognitive dissonance suspending cover story at least, since the overwhelmingly prevalent result is ceaseless conflict and interference. Starfleet, the centuries-old peacekeeping operation backing these transgalactic expeditions, is run by a handful of easily corrupted, aging, mostly white men, obsessed with starting transgalactic wars out of paranoia that they will be attacked first by alien forces or indifferent godlike entities from elsewhere in the galaxy, which renders the central thematic instrument and plot device in the franchise a permanent malignant subroutine embedded in the protagonist's mission parameters. A feminist friend of mine has recently been enthusiastically describing the events of the Peloponnesian War, as recounted by Thucydides, the West's first historian, to me, explaining that the Athens of late classical Greece is a more than adequate parallel for the ethos of present-day America, as an apparent democracy-imperialism pattern begins to seem clearer in the modern narrative of human civilization. After the events of World War II, it became very explicitly unacceptable to openly slaughter millions of people in short spans of time, but the human impulse to Cain one's proverbial Abel, or Romulus one's proverbial Remus, has been a part of our myth-making far too long for the idea to simply disappear in one act of epiphanic respect for human life. And in the process of reining in our fratricidal impulses, new ways of slowly killing each other en masse have evolved out of the extant social systems. It often feels like I'm doomed to keep witnessing the same cluster of mummies resurrect from the canonical catacombs. It feels hellish to me, and even in my own life, amidst an ongoing interest in dismantling the systems of domination and inequality I experience and perpetuate, the recurring elements of violent suppression seem nearly, if not entirely, inescapable, and maybe, if the same criticisms of human behavior are being made at 1500-year intervals, for me at least, they literally are. Part 2. Form fits function, and that function is genocide and subjugation. Since the end of the Cold War and subsequent curbing of many... Actually, you know what? We'll take a break. Do you have any thoughts about that, about part 1? Besides that it's overly verbose and I used too many run-on sentences and it's difficult to read. I wrote this in 2016, I think. Maybe earlier. Yeah, 2016. It would be really funny if you took this long to just say, no thoughts, head empty, please continue. I really like what you had to say about the mission statement of Starfleet. I always took it at face value and presumed the imperialistic ideas weren't behind the saying itself of the desire to enter other boundaries just to tie them to yourself. Word. Yeah, it's diplomatic imperialism. Okay, part 2. Form fits function, and that function is genocide and subjugation. Since the end of the Cold War and the subsequent curbing of many millennia of nonstop imperialist campaigns, a sort of virtual imperialism has developed in the form of free market capitalism, wherein the expansion of wealth and the trading of services, products, and technologies enables a limited homogeneity to dust the top of the imperialist monolith that is human history. Meanwhile, the same loyalty, panic, and paranoia that inspired colonization of the globe is used by governments and businesses to market these services, products, and technologies, keeping populations in supply cycles that help enable the expansion of the virtual empire while limiting the real conflict zones to the areas with the least access to services, products, and technology, and or the native lands of the people and peoples and raw materials used for the same. Where the will to conquer and dominate derives from traumatized reactionary necessity and resistance against and or emulation of imperialist tactics, like a kind of global pathogen. What we see in the present is a recurrence of empire in a form dissimilar to the practice of empire. Capitalist regimes push forward the ideas of respectability and marketability to subjugate and expand populations with less resources by establishing a myth that hard work will afford the hypothetical everyman the same liberties and freedoms to access that the established capitalist already has, when in reality the limitation of resources, both practical and conceptual, renders the livelihood of the disadvantaged serf-like, brief, and effectively subjugated. A Facebook friend and former university classmate with whom I've been having political debates for the better part of the last decade framed the hypothetical dissolution of white patriarchic imperialism by saying, so, rather than attempt to navigate the huge but slow-moving ship, we should hope for it to crash/sink so everyone can sail on with a bunch of rafts instead? To which I replied that a closer analogy would be that the ship is already taking on water and we're still debating whether or not it will ever make landfall. Their ship metaphor was more relevant in this to this essay than it may initially seem, since the various stories that make up the Star Trek franchise are largely reimaginings of the ancient Homeric seafaring poems, the Iliad and the Odyssey, blatantly referencing and reappropriating the tropes of ancient Greek and Roman mythologies amidst a series of otherwise negligibly meaningful stunt words and technobabble. In keeping with ongoing Greek parallels in this analysis, it seems notable that the same Socrates who popularized the Socratic or dialectic method taught, or possibly was a pseudonym for, Plato, who popularized the notion of the transcendental forms, taught Aristotle, who concretized the notion of essentialism. Aristotle taught Alexander the Great, who became the Western herald for the impending trend toward global imperialism, and though Aristotle's ideas were largely contra-Platonic, they in no way lessened the reality that the foundation for modern history and Western thought rests at the heels of the monolithic notion of the Socrates-esque philosopher/martyr betrayed by those who misinterpreted his ideas and claims as too radical and a threat to the imperialist status quo, a narrative reproduced in the canonized lives and deaths of Jesus Christ, Hypatia of Alexandria, Abraham Lincoln, Gandhi, MLK Jr., the Kennedy brothers, and most recently in the post-consumerist mythos of the 27 Club, and in the case of Zoroaster, possibly stolen by Plato from Persia. The reality that this dynamo of radical thought seeding power and intellectual fodder for the establishment of subsequent imperial pursuits doesn't lead me to the notion that we should punish the conceptual child for the sins of the father, but rather that it might be more pertinent to question the very notion of sin. The once karmic/cumulative, now, thanks to Judeo-Christian original sin, empirical status of all humans that represents our past genocides, cannibalisms, and other interspecies oppressions and atrocities. Yeah, that last part for part 2, yeah, the reality that this dynamo of radical thought seeding power and intellectual fodder for the establishment of subsequent imperial pursuits doesn't lead me to the notion that we should punish the conceptual child for the sins of the father, but rather that it might be more pertinent to question the very notion of sin, the once karmic / cumulative, but now, thanks to Judeo-Christian original sin, empirical status of all humanity that represents our past genocides, cannibalisms, and other interspecies oppressions and atrocities. So, questioning the notion of sin, I think, is fundamental to thinking about like why we navigate the world the way that we do. Any questions about part 2? Questions or comments? Still kind of grasping some of the concepts, but yeah, I do believe we're taught about sin, taught to take it on. How we're taught about sin, taught to take it on, does shape how you move in the world and how you treat yourself. It's nasty work. Yeah. Like sin in pre-Christian worldviews tended to be a cumulative thing, right? That like think about the like Hindu concept of karma, that it's like over the course of your life you accumulate like life denouncing and or selfish and or like interpersonally harmful behavior that like adds on, and then like, you know, when you pass on, you're judged in mythology by the gods, but in reality by the people whose lives you impacted, and like that determines how you are like metaphysically or historically remembered. But now after Christianity, like sin is innate. Everybody is inherently as sinful as they can possibly be, and it requires like submission to the person of Jesus in order to wipe out that like unbelievable amount of like not just generationally accumulated, but like infinitely, like every single individual person is a black hole of sin that like needs to be balanced out by the infinite grace of Jesus in order to just be in normal space. Which is, yeah, nasty work. Okay with me continuing? Okay. B, the redundancy of form. Part 3, parallel evolution and the fractal cosmic echo chamber. The unlikely British imperialist parallel to the Star Trek franchise is the BBC's Doctor Who television show, which only began airing 3 years earlier than the first generation Star Trek the original series, and has even spawned a crossover comic book miniseries between the two franchises. That's what the cover image of this essay is. It's from the Star Trek Doctor Who crossover. In Doctor Who, the Platonic philosopher king trope is inexhaustibly explored by way of the titular character. an effectively immortal white IDW. I don't know. No idea. I don't know who owns the properties even. In Doctor Who, the Platonic philosopher king trope is inexhaustibly explored by way of a titular character, an effectively immortal, white, male, alien in name only explorer piloting a time machine with the help of a usually young, mortal, white, cis, demi-romantic woman companion across and outside the cosmos, encountering innumerable aliens, historic and futuristic humans, monsters and deities, flouting the principal law of the titular Doctor's people, which, unsurprisingly, is one of non-interference. In both Doctor Who and Star Trek, the parallels abound and persist. You can jump in that bag, but do not jump on my clothes. The parallels abound and persist across generations, and the use of both space and time travel in syndication could be viewed as the establishment of an intergalactic white manifest destiny, especially since both shows began airing around the time of the space race / Cold War. The nationalist frameworks of the respective franchises, with Star Trek setting multiple stories in San Francisco, USA, and Doctor Who, London, United Kingdom, are almost incidental when compared to the effective claim of possession / occupation placed on the spatio-temporal hereafter by, primarily, Euro-descendant men in the form of the showrunners, writers, and producers. It's hard for me to imagine any pre-colonial or proto-hominid societies laying claim to land, space, or time, not out of a need to acquire more of a depleted resource, but based purely on the prospect of increasing the capital of an extant society, whether that be in the form of knowledge or the services, products, and technologies of unknown cultures. However, after the initiation of this basis for pursuit in the varied forms of religious assimilation, divine prerogative, exploration, and competition, there's no definitive reason not to expand one's wealth and/or territory as far as possible, and establish myths and legends as a means to quell the cognitive dissonance of justifying the subsequent cultural, ideological, and pathological contamination, social upheaval, and violent domination of incompatible societies. In many instances, and in both shows, the use of the grotesque alien bodies can be viewed as a substitution for grotesque queer bodies and/or bodies of color, as viewed from the white cis male gaze, or placeholders for grotesque acts of violence and strategic betrayal perpetrated by imperialists. Mass is empirical / biological traits or warlike natures, necessarily held by violent alien races inclined to these kinds of suppressive or sociopathic behaviors. Star Trek, by framing the narrative as occurring in a time divorced from humanity's violent present, wherein even people with similar ethnocultural backgrounds fight over land and resources, while concurrently obscuring their apparent conflicts by competing in simulated war games like national and international sports, including competitive business ventures and award-driven applications of the arts and sciences, notably including television production. The entire franchise effectively distances its human or otherwise Starfleet assimilated characters from the ongoing conflicts of today, implicitly presuming that the species will arrive at utopia through diplomacy and intellectual pursuit and dissolve its inequality / conflict perpetuating systems, as though it's a given that the future will itself somehow inevitably grant all humans unlimited access to what is currently reserved for the privileged. By positioning humanity as ethnoculturally superior to most spacefaring sentient life, the writers and actors ultimately simulate the class prerogatives now present in modern consumer capitalism, where respectability and marketability in the form of peace and diplomacy with regard to Star Trek set the standard for worthiness. If you're standard for worthiness, if you are incapable of retaining and transmitting a history of peaceful political resolve, you are not worthy of or entitled to life or comfort, while those who espouse to have achieved peace may engage in various types of self-serving warmongery as long as they appear conflicted in their choice to do so. The trickle-down effect this has on people living in the post-civil rights movement era is that 3 generations of working-class people watched these and similarly framed shows on broadcast television their entire lives and have had the idea that they are not worthy of or entitled to life or comfort reinforced daily because of their perceived inability to ascend to the standards of the galactic explorer class. They are not worthy or entitled to participate in the utopian societies of the future, of the utopian societies of the future. Their dependence on monetary gains and inescapable violence of their surroundings renders them irredeemably alien, and alternately, the possibility of organizing into a coherent interdependent system is also rendered undesirable because the Borg in Star Trek and the Cybermen in Doctor Who, collective hive minds composed of humanoid drones which functionally represent the real-life monstrosity that whiteness, patriarchy, and consumer capitalism have become, are cast as the near ultimate villains of the universe, ultimate evils of the universe. The secondary effect of purporting this sort of ethic is that faith in extant systems and adherence to their protocols results in unending echoic delays in the public understanding of the cause-effect relationship their behavior has on other humans and outside their communities, which further bifurcates the inequality gap while engendering a theology simulating reverence for A, wealth, B, stubborn, violent reactionary responses to sudden shifts in ethical frameworks, and C, constant terror of any threat from the other, which we can easily see in the many enthusiastic phobias couched in conservative philosophies across the globe, and to a lesser extent in the inability of all participants in capitalist nationalist structures to imagine worlds where such ethics have been proven disadvantageous to global human interests. Let me know if like you feel like you missed anything there, or if you have any questions. I get like struggling to grasp it. I feel like this is more of like a conversation piece rather than like something that a person reads and goes like, ah, yes, I see. Like if you're like, what were you trying to say about ... then I can answer that question or those questions. Yeah, you were right. It's IDW. May to December 2012. 8 issues. I kind of want to read it, I'll be honest. It's just so absurd to see. No, I understood that bit primarily with the context of Doctor Who and Star Trek. It's respectability politics, no overt displays of anger or violence toward anyone, and optics of theater. Trusting the government processes that promote themselves as beneficial to society, but usually end up dragging it into quagmire because of the dynamics, conflicting interests seen in Democratic and Republican parties. Yeah. Yeah. And also just like talking about like in the global narratives, right? Like in the earlier part of the essay I was talking about how capitalist interests keep other less developed places in supply cycles where they're constantly trying to sort of like work to get to where like developed countries are. But like what's reinforced is the narrative that you'll never actually be able to get there because like too much conflict, not enough access to capital. Like you're the place that provides the resources, you don't have the resources, you know. That's like another component of it, that it's like it's not just the like political quagmires that occur on the continent, but it's also the impact that the resource wars and like imperialist like like I was gonna say secret imperialist projects, but what I really mean is like shadow imperialism. Yeah, that modern nations are engaged in causes like there to be this sort of like constant like upward movement of the galactic explorer class, whereas the rest of the global south remains like flattened and effectively serf-like, because they're also trapped in the reality of their lives being so short and the like what do you call it, the average lifespan is so much shorter in other places that like they don't get the opportunity to like from generation to generation develop strategies to be able to combat these like instances of diplomatic imperialism. Okay, unless you have another comment, I'm gonna go with the last chunk, and I don't mind waiting for the comment. Just let me know. There was this moment from a couple weeks ago. A reporter got dragged out of a defense meeting because he kept asking questions about things the US was feigning ignorance about. And Tony Blinken, I don't know who that was like, "Sir, trust the process." And it was just scarily surreal. Yeah. 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 Okay, I'm gonna continue. Is that okay? Don't know who Tony Blinken is, but I believe the terror. Okay. Part 4, strategies for approaching feasible global homeostasis. Globio. Part 4, strategies for approaching feasible global homeostasis. The dynamo at the heart of the state corporation manifold is powered by the maintenance of massive hierarchies, which are then echoed in narratives across the Western capitalist web, whether it be in the form of respectability, ethical virtue, or pure intellect, all of which can be acquired at birth if assigned male and white. All of which can be acquired at birth if assigned male and white. Positioning ideologically superior individuals in juxtaposition against the other reinforces and encourages the reproduction of these qualitative hierarchies that then lead to development of quantifiable ones. The importance radical leftist movements have placed on authority figures acknowledging and declaring awareness of their complicity in atrocities and accepting the consequences of their actions as determined by the public court of opinion and or other more qualified entities seems a functionally incoherent but emotionally intelligent demand to me, since during the height of traditional imperialism, the public and more commonly the military would overthrow and frequently execute the reigning class as a requisite action prior to revolution or reformation. But that course enacted on today's model of empire is not only unlikely, but inevitably entails the collapse of the Internet of Things that now maintains the infrastructure of even our simplest communication systems. Just imagining a public who would prefer to abandon the comforts of capitalism for the sake of sustainable autonomy and ecology seems itself a ludicrous exercise to me, and the global conflict that maintains the groundwork for the resources and privilege constructs that power these comforts keeps the military too preoccupied to prioritize or even consider overthrowing today's equivalent of the noble clergy or merchant classes. What then can we do to work towards a sustainable and empire-obliterating future? The likelihood of white supremacy ever conceding defeat is negligible, and white empire as a project itself flails around in the dark, inventing slightly different ways to see familiar paradigms and integrating the unfamiliar into itself, with no reverence for its origin, unless doing so suits the stability of the aptly named by black feminist / womanist cultural critic Bell Hooks, rest in peace, rest in power, the monolithic, imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy. If we want to enable the discontinuation of the systematized reproduction of these narrative forms, we have to see them for what they aren't, sustainable, and begin conceiving of stories critiquing and logically deriving their arcs from the dissolution, not the idealistic advancement of empire. Stories that take place within the oceanic submersion of empire and dare to imagine the maintenance of its downfall. For example, Star Wars, Jupiter Ascending, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, Steven Universe, and Top 182 Die Buster are all science fiction worlds that frame the purposefully hidden systems of empire as the alien other. However, these stories ultimately asymptotically approach but cannot surpass the bleeding edge of their revolutionary spirits because the narratives are themselves drowning in the white gaze. An idea I frequently return to when strategizing how to increase accessibility to my work is that structures with higher density to space ratios recur at higher rates. Take the concept of a star, for example. At some point, the early plasmic gaseous universe collapsed in on itself and ignited into the first generation of stars, forming a web of gases and stellar bodies that eventually accreted into the first black holes, which then organized the stars into galaxies, until the primary environment where star clusters formed and coalesced was the still fluctuating form galaxy. Currently, white empire and its many ethnocultural clones represent the primary environment where human communities coalesce. But if you can imagine a galaxy eventually giving way to a different, more efficient structure where the universal energies can be better consolidated and focused into a fluctuating but similarly coherent form, and if you can imagine that the form will require an initial instance of it cohering before it becomes the obvious one to adhere to, then you can imagine white empire giving way to the form that prioritizes living, healthy, enfranchised Black, African bodies, queer and gender nonconforming identities, mental health, ecological sustainability, and an equal number of majority of women in leadership positions as a fundamental parameter for the continuation of the human superstructure. And that's that on that thusly. Yes, I know. I wrote an essay. Thank you. Yes, no, please. No, please sit down, please. It's okay. Thank you. I liked it. Yay. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm glad that you were able to get it because you know, reading it back after almost a decade, I see a lot of choices that I would not have made. And I probably would have made this essay like 3 times as long as it is so that I can give more concrete examples rather than just presuming that the audience knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Because like talking about the Star Trek, like the captain's vow, and like talking about Doctor Who in such general terms, like for nerds, this is like, ah, yes, I know what you're talking about, and like that tracks. But like for people who've never encountered Star Trek or Doctor Who, like how no chance that they retain the concept of the Doctor being a like up until that point, up until 2016, like exclusively white cis straight man, like alien in name only. Like general audiences would be like, what? That's the plot of Doctor Who? Like, just looks like a dude to me. But yeah, I think the that was me once. Oh, it was before. Did you like watch all of Doctor Who at some point? I'm also expecting you to be like, that was me once back when I was 8. Before someone introduced me to all of Doctor Who, and then I watched a marathon the entire thing from the 60s version all the way through to New Who. I think that the biggest takeaway from this, though, is that like rather than proposing, I just hung out with Martha Jones, who loved the show on Tumblr. Okay, I was like, Martha Jones? What the fuck? The Martha Jones? Like Martha Jones from the show Martha Jones? Okay. I think that the big takeaway, Martha Jones fans, I think that was the character's name. Yeah, Martha is was one of David Tennant's companions. Okay, so companion. That's what he calls them. You said companion, like animal companions. Okay, so the big takeaway, I think, is that like rather than proposing a specific structured system overhaul to enable a better future, what this essay proposes is that we use our imaginations. I like want to encourage people to imagine the possibility that like things don't have to be this way, or like specifically or exclusively the ways that other like hotshot intellectuals have proposed that the world can look, right? That like, you know, like Dandy and I were talking about earlier, who knows what the like next generation of stars will look like. But like that's a thing that we can theorize about and propose, right? Like thinking about all the different conditions of the universe and like if or when like stars might coalesce in a way that like results in them being able to end up making these heavier, less stable metals in large quantities. Like that might be a future like normal state for the universe. And like if that's a thing that we can think about, then we can think about reconfiguring how human society works. It doesn't need to just be the same played out, rote, strong man, theory. And it doesn't even have to be the like aspirational matriarchal or matrilineal configuration. We can theorize all different kinds of ways that the world can look, and it's going to require the instantiation of the first instance of it. Instantiation of the first, that's redundant, but it's going to require the instantiation of the first instance of it in order for it to even be acknowledged as a viable potential configuration for humanity to be grouped into. And like, because capitalism is constantly iterating on its fundamental design in small in qualitatively small differential ways, it's more likely to come up with the next version of capitalism that's slightly different from the current version, the next version of fascism, the next version of white supremacy, that are all just slightly different from the previous versions. But like, there can be a radical novel way of thinking about how humans collectivize that is based on our knowledge of what our instincts, restricted behaviors, and social habits currently are. And just all that it requires is like coming up with a myth that's different from the myth that we've been working with for the past 2,000 years. Like, that had to be instantiated in order for it to gain enough traction to become the current narrative. What's stopping us from looking at the worlds of Star Trek and Doctor Who, analyzing them, seeing what like inherent flaws they have, their trend towards whiteness, white manifest destiny, juxtaposition of like cultures that are unworthy of like continuity because of their warlike natures or whatever, and like say like, no, let's propose a mythos, let's make a grandiose narrative that is about people coming together, and like, if we need conflict, let's theorize or formulate a conflict that is not this like fighting other people, fighting cosmic entities type of structure. Because at this point, like, the thing that we're fighting is the superstructures that humans created. You know, we're trying to bring down capitalism, fascism, like the structure of the city, how it currently functions, the stratifying of castes and class as it exists as a result of all of these sort of like manufacturing models. Like, the fact that a billionaire can like build a billionaire can just fuck off and build a chateau in the side of the Grand Canyon and like purchase that land to be able to do that, and then no one lives there year round unless that person's there. That is a absurd like real world circumstance that like there's no reason that that should be a thing that's possible. But we have to be able to imagine like collectively crafting a world where those kinds of things aren't possible to prevent them from continuing to be possible. And that's the end of the rant. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. All right, back to, I don't know. I'm kind of trapped in thinking about this now. I should be working. Yeah, now. What's in the wagon? Oh, okay. That's happening in like 5 minutes? Okay. Galaxy needs me to. Yes. I'm gonna miss them. I definitely hope that people trend more towards the speculation and imagination, challenge what they know, which is where I think Star Trek and Doctor Who kind of fall short with the constant reliance of war type conflicts or prejudices. Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, it falls short also because, like, you know, Picard and Janeway are just run of the mill mediocre white people. And even what's his name from Deep Space Nine, the captain, or is he a captain? What's his actual? I don't remember, but like, dude was just like they could have replaced that character with Cisco. Yeah, they could have just replaced Cisco with a white character, and it wouldn't have been any different. Conceptually, I don't think. Yeah, I must have known this when I wrote the essay, but the plot of this Doctor Who Star Trek crossover is literally that the Borg teamed up with Cybermen. I want to say there wouldn't have been a civil rights-esque episode, but probably not. No, you're right. Yes, you just leave it right. All right, be right back. Oh, yeah, yeah. Just right. That and the sequel. After she was on the really back up. Uh, Galaxy's going, heading out for the weekend. And I need to Solo take care of this cat. Task and a half. Put it like gross at. What you thinking about? I just saw a video go up by Noah Caldwell Gervais, who does like video game analysis about Dragon's Dogma. Oh no, Dragon Age. Jesus. Am I gonna watch a show or thing about Dragon Age? I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Kind of want to know if he does an analysis. 6 hours. That sounds bloody lovely. That sounds bloody lovely. 6 hours, 40 minutes, bro. That's bloody lovely. Well, I know what I'm doing tonight. Show me a 7-hour analysis. I've heard of Dragon's Dogma. It was the passion project of a man stuck working on Devil May Cry. Yeah. We actually played it on stream way before we met. Lex, the mod stream regular, is a huge fan. She introduced us to the game. She likes it because it's got memes. As a terminally online person, it makes sense to me that she's like, yo, check out the memes in this game. But you're correct though. But we're not talking about Dragon's Dogma. Memes, not dragons. I mean, there is a dragon. There's a dragon in Dragon's Dogma, but it's mostly memes. So, sorry, bud, you're gonna be crying all weekend because mama gone. They are straight up out of here, bro. You're gonna have to get used to crying. If you crying now, you can be crying all weekend, baby. What was I saying? Well, I'm waiting for Galaxy to text me because they need me to bring the stuff that's going with them. Jasper, no, my buddy. Yeah, sad. I gotta go eat. Fam's ringing the dinner bell. Talk to you later if you're still here. If not, I really enjoyed talking to you this evening. Thanks, Blue. Yeah, same. Appreciated your elaborations and insights. I'm gonna play this video and regret my life decisions, I think. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. What made you start watching Dragon Age videos? I like this video game analysis person. Noah what's his name? Noah something Gervais? Noah Caldwell Gervais. Noah Caldwell Gervais, the goat of substantive video essays longer than 40 minutes. Yeah. Don't look at the time code for this video. I'm watching it while I work on Secret Project. And Secret Project is going to take a long time, so 7-hour video. Sign me the fuck up. You've played these games, right? So this is like not alien to you, right? Dagger. Okay. I haven't played any of them, so I'm just watching analysis without playing any of the games. But like not romanceable with Morgan. Wait, Morgan was bae, but she wasn't gay. I don't think like not romanceable without a mod, but I could be misremembering. That sounds accurate. Similar to what's her name from uh the hyperfem always in a spacesuit girl from uh they've said it so many times in this video. Miranda. No? Wait, hold on. I'm thinking about not Dragon Age, but Mass Effect. Oop. Tali, yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Tali Zora, no, Naraya. Layla says, B cup for my comic pages that you offered to draw. If I make the names, how many pages can I get? Is this the one about repatriating white people to Europe, or did you have another idea that you wanted to go with? Because I think it depends on the concept. Because like it depends on how much room you need, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Another idea is 100% flexible. Any number can work. Let's say if you can keep it between 8 and 12 pages, I'm fully committed. if you need more, then like we should have a conversation about it. But yeah, 8 to 12 pages, I'm in. How flexible we talking? Yeah, if you do the names, bruh, honestly, that's so like that's more than half the work. I feel like I feel like I could go 30 pages, but that feels like overcommitting. If you're storyboarding, my brain goes like, I don't have to storyboard. I'm storyboarding right now, so I'm like, uh, fixated on the labor quantity. Mm. 12 works? Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. I want to hear this concept, but if you want to surprise me with it, I'm also down to if you want to surprise me with the actual what do you call it, story, like by just handing me the storyboards, I'm down for that as a concept. And it's potentially infinitely expanding ideas. So if you want to do more, we can. I want to surprise you with the name. Sick. I'm glad you brought it up because I was gonna mention that anyway at some point. So like The Witcher. Werewolf. Werewolves. In reference to the elves being lower class, second class citizens, yeah. Ick. Jesus. It's like the fluke barb in Hollow Knight. Cool world building, bro. Oh God. Two puppets in ill-fitting underwear. All alone. The texture flying off the character's body had me cackling. Yeah, I'm sure that that has something to do with their like Grey Warden uh dragon magic happening. Dagger, are you here? Do you want to see the secret project current version? It's exporting. Thank you. I need to figure out how to make the ending better. I'm gonna show you the proposal. Dissatisfied with it. Here's I'm sending the proposal to you on Discord. Let me know if you have any ideas about how to make it more click. Listen. God, these character models are terrifying, uncanny to look at. Mm. He clearly did not do a lot of side questing. Actually true, but hilarious still. I can offer more thoughts about the secret project in the morning, most likely. No worries. Thank you. I'm sure that as I iterate on it, it'll come together either way, but I'm grateful for your input. Oh my god. Oh no. I'm realizing that the aura coming off the player character is like a status effect thing. It's one of the weapons or something. Oh. It's like that character from Steven Universe that I hate. Like, why do they keep bringing this guy back? Jesus Christ. But cornrows, bro? Yo, this man got the cornrow plugs. You know what I'm talking about? When Uncle don't got hair no more, but he's still trying to rock the look. That was one of the most unsettling things I ever seen in my entire life. Was it a cornrow wig? What was it? No, 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 no. I'm not seeing what I'm thinking about. This is pretty close though. Like the thing that I saw was truly uncanny. This is just like kind of funny. You got these joints. The game was struggling but had story / lore to compensate. Okay, I'll take your word for it. There is a part of me that wants to play these games, but there's no part of me that wants to engage with how derpy the fucking art looks. I'm like, thing that is keeping me from playing these games is the derpy fucking art. The snatch my hair from the follicle look. Yes. Oh, I found the shit that I'm thinking about. I'm kind of terrified. I feel like I'm looking at my future, specifically the version of the future where Galaxy is like, either you shave your head or the end. Balder cup. Jesus, what is going on with this design? Jesus. What the fuck? What the fuck? Are is the hold on, is this person's chest just open and meat? Like, is that what I'm looking at here? Just meaty open chest? Jesus. Jesus Christ. The taint of the blight? Gotta break some eggs for the taint of the blight. Hey, 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 TOS. Girl, TOS. Oh, that's another brood mother. Okay. The taint of the blight.
Ugh. Brother, ugh. What's that? What's that, brother?
Oh my god. The flail. Hmm. Horrifying. Hmm. Justice not having full control of their limbs is hilarious to me. Like, as they walk away, Justice being like, eee. Jesus. Hmm. Lem, lem. Cat said lem, lem. I can't believe that at some point they're going to talk about the 80 HD remasters of all these games. The Vartero. It looks like the what's the dragon in the corrupted dragon in Dark Souls? Okay, once he finishes Origins, I think I'm gonna head out. I've been streaming for 8+ hours and I'm ready to sleep. I can link this in the chat if folks want to continue watching, but I'm gonna watch it off stream. Damn. Okay. Wow. Jesus Christ. 2 hours in, we finally got to Dragon Age 2. Ridiculous. Okay, cat. Okay. Okay, cat. How about you get out of here? Fucking nibbly pibbles. God saw fit to give me a cat that does not like butt scritches. How fucking fucked up is that? Don't touch my butt, says the cat. Hate to see it. Alright folks, this has been the Petal Party with me, your host Buttercup, animator, illustrator, sequential artist. Hope you have a fantastic time zone and enjoy the time between now and when I see you next, which will be, you know, same time, same place tomorrow, except for I'm going to cut out a little bit early so that I can go hang out with... No, wait, hold on, I forgot. That's for Saturday. Never mind. Alright, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. For a little bit more Visions of Mana, and we're gonna read the Hesiod's the Theogony for Ragonus's philosophy class. All right, later, y'all. Peace.